Great, thank you. All right, we are live. Welcome everyone. I call this meeting to order. It is 5:01 p.m. I'll announce this at the beginning of the meeting and after we come back from closed session, but because members of the board are joining via teleconference, all votes tonight will be recorded via roll call. No physical location is available for the public to join. However, members of the public may submit a request to speak through the public comment card that's available on the district's website and also on our agenda in board docs. Can we have a roll call, please?
Trustee Gallagher.
Here.
Trustee Goitia.
Here.
Trustee Brown.
Here.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Here.
And Trustee Verich.
Here.
All right, all members are here. That takes us to 1C, the adoption of tonight's closed session agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, so a motion by Robert, a second by Christina. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Goitia.
Aye.
Brown.
Aye.
Aerosmith.
Aye.
And Verich.
Aye.
All right, motion passes 5-0. We have a closed session agenda. The items are disclosed on board docs. I'm checking to make sure there are no public comments on the closed session items, which there are not. So at this point, we will adjourn to closed session. Board, you should have another link in your calendar for the closed session Zoom. Public will be back as close to 6 as we can. Thank you.
So why does it say closed session?
I believe it's because they haven't changed the background.
Yeah, hey Linda, we're back and we're live. That's just what the public sees on the live stream.
Got it.
We're waiting on a couple more board members and then we'll get started. Right. If I could have the trustees turn back on their mics so I know they're there. I'll scroll through. All right, we're back. So hi, everyone. We will reconvene this meeting. It is 6:07 p.m. The board is returning from closed session where we did not take any action. And I'll read this really quick. Because board members are joining via teleconference, all votes will be recorded via roll call. There's no physical location available for the public to join, but members of the public may submit a request to speak to the public comment card available on the district's website and in board docs. So without any further ado, if everyone could please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. That takes us to item 3C, although we do have a request tonight to switch things up a little. So the recommendation, actually, I'll just make this motion. I move that we adopt the agenda with the following revisions. we move item 7A to after 5A. And then move item 6B to after 7A. Followed by 6A and then 6C.
Second.
Thank you. There's a second. I will read that again just so everyone is on the same page. So the order would be 5A, 7A, 6B, 6A, 6C. That's the motion. Is there any discussion?
Why is B going?
That was a recommendation from staff. I think specifically Meredith.
If you don't
And
mind,
myself.
I can clarify that we thought that it would make sense for you all to explore all of the items within the workshop and then have action after that, following the workshop.
But why would we do item 6 in a different order?
I think she's asking why 6B before 6A.
I think because the agreements that we've reached with one of our units sort of impacts or sort of plays into the resolution. So I don't feel strongly about that for that order necessarily.
All right, any other discussion?
I just think we should keep them in the order they're in.
Okay. So we'll move to a roll call vote.
So what's the motion?
The motion is to go 7A, 5A, 6B, 6A, 6C.
Has somebody seconded that?
Yeah, Robert.
Okay.
Any more discussion?
I just clarified, Kaylin.
Yes.
I have 5A, 7A in that order. You just read it as different. Is it 5A, 7A or 7A?
Yeah, sorry. Let me.
Mhm.
5A,
Okay.
7A, 6B, 6A, 6C. What's the original motion in second? Okay, we'll move to a roll call.
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
trustee Goitia,
Can't hear you.
You're muted.
Aye.
trustee Brown,
No.
trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 4-1, and we have an agenda. So that's going to take us to item 4, public comments. The board does welcome comments from the public. If you fill out the blue card, digital blue card, which is located on the website and in board docs, we'll call on you when that item is reached on the agenda. If the item is not on the agenda for action tonight, you'll speak at this time. All comments are limited to 3 minutes per person and 20 minutes per topic. We do not have any digital blue cards for this evening. So we will move on to item 5. Consideration approval of amendment to contract of employment with Superintendent Robert Bravo. Dr. Bravo, did you want to
I
introduce?
love talking about myself.
Yeah,
Very odd sensation. I'm just asking the board to amend my contract. I'd like to voluntarily take a 10% reduction for next year, next fiscal year.
trustees, any questions?
Well, Bob, I appreciate you stepping up and doing that, because I think that's very much in line with the resolution we passed last week about our values and beliefs during this budget development cycle. It's about shared sacrifice, and you as kind of the special class of employee here, being the superintendent, class of 1. I think it's the right thing to do, and I thank you for stepping up and doing it.
Thank you, trustee Brown. And
So,
I'm sorry, I'm very hopeful that the dire predictions don't come true, but I just have a hard time knowing that so many folks in our community have lost jobs, lost hours, and think that somehow our system is not going to be impacted. And if it's not next year, it'll be the year after. Sorry, Trustee Goitia.
Well, I think you waited 3 years before accepting a raise and you're giving it back. You didn't have it for very long, did you?
I didn't plan on COVID.
Okay. Thank you for what you're doing.
I'm fully supportive of this, and Bob, I think it takes a very special person to do this and agendize it. And I think that's something you've demonstrated since you've been here, where you had contractually, you had raises that were coming to you as part of your contract, and you've turned them down. I think saved the district lots of money that we can invest in different things. I do want to name one concern, is just that this does put us closer to the bottom of the barrel when it comes to superintendent pay compared to teacher salary across our area and our immediate region. I think it's probably hard to build back in, and something that even when Dr. Bravo personally refused raises, he was still, there's still members of society that came in, our community that came and yelled. So I expect that to happen again if, it's probably never enough, but I think that's something in future when things do turn out to be better in a few years. It's something that will be tough, but I think it's the right thing to do for now.
Really good point, Kaylin. I'm also supportive. I think this does point to your type of leadership, and I'm very thankful that someone who's willing to go first and do it, that makes a difference.
Thank you.
Dr. Bravo, it's hard for me to consider this, knowing you as well as the rest of your team and all of our teachers, all of our staff. This is really a tough time in education. And I know you've pulled many hours and burning out the oil, the midnight oil. And I think you're in more meetings than ever, maybe even 7 days a week. So thank you for your leadership, and appreciate you coming forward with this.
Board, there is something I need to read and then allow some time for discussion if the board chooses. So just forgive me as I read this off the computer screen. So the recommended amendment to the employment contract will be for a 3-year term through June 30th, 2023. That's not adding time. That's the current contract. The superintendent is voluntarily requesting a 10% reduction to his annual salary. Accordingly, the superintendent's annual salary effective from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021 will be reduced from $259,000 to $233,100. The superintendent will continue to receive the following fringe benefits: district health and welfare benefits, payment into membership in professional associations, including the Association of California School Administrators, the California Association of Latino Superintendents, and one other group. Vacation days earned at a rate of 2 days per month, 12 days of sick leave per year, and reimbursement for business expenses. So I'll pause there if anyone has any questions, comments.
Trustee Gallagher, if I can, I
Yes.
realized that I think you ascribed me being a special person. The real special person is my wife. She had to say, okay.
Yeah. Yes, thank you to the entire Bravo family. All right, without any further ado,
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion by Christina and a second by Stacy. Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, we'll have a roll call vote.
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
Trustee Goitia,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
Trustee Barrett,
Aye.
That's a 5-0 vote. Thank you, Dr. Bravo. We now move to item 7A, the 2020-2021 budget workshop.
So trustees, in a few moments, Assistant Superintendent Nancy Pfeiffer is going to give a presentation about the state of our fiscal health. It is a presentation that when I previewed it, I was really impressed myself. I want to thank her and her team. I know that Sharon Yu, who has just been in her position as Director of Finance, it's hard to believe that it's just within this year. She's stepped into that slot. They're going to present to you three scenarios with differing levels of impact brought about by COVID. And of the three, there will be a suggestion which one we think you all should adopt in terms of for the purposes of planning at this time. So I'm going to hand it off to Superintendent Pfeiffer.
There's somebody else sharing on the screen. So John, will you allow me to share? There you go. Let's try it one more time. Okay. Good evening. My name is Nancy Pfeiffer. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Business Service. Thank you for the opportunity to present the financial information for the district this evening. I wanted just to make a I want this presentation to be very focused on what our goals are tonight. Our goals are to select one of the three models that we're going to review tonight regarding the reductions in revenue. The other is to reach consensus on staffing reductions, reach consensus on district level, department and site-based reductions, and agree to the budget assumptions based on feedback that we received, and discuss case funding and some concerns we have about how much funding they are going to be losing. So how are we going to reach those goals? Well, we're going to be reviewing lots of information, but I think it's in a very comprehensive way, from revenue projections to multi-year assumptions to multi-year projections, and then reviewing and perhaps hopefully finalizing the list of reductions, and then again a conversation about case and staffing reductions. So the district receives 4 different types of funding from 4 different locations. One is the local control funding formula and state level. The other is federal, the other is state, and the other is local. Within each of those, we have tax revenue, unduplicated pupil count, supplemental and concentration funds, and we also have federal funding, which is special education funding, Title I, Title II, Title III, and vocational technology. Under other state revenue, we get mandated cost money, lottery, both unrestricted and restricted. We get special education funding at the state level as well for mental health and workability. We have a small grant for the Ag Incentive Program and also career technical education incentives. On the local side, we have a parcel tax, leases and rental and interest. So we're going to look at these 4 areas, but our real focus tonight is going to be on the impact of the coronavirus and the cuts at the state level. And that's going to be our primary focus tonight. So the biggest component of our revenue really has to do with our unrestricted revenue. And there's a few things that based on this revenue that we broke out so that we can focus really our attention on the one factor and what that's the minimum state aid. So our unrestricted revenue comes from minimum state aid at the state level. It comes from Prop 30, which is the Education Protection Act, and that is a tax that all Californians approved a while back. And property taxes. There's also a payment we issue to the county charter school, and then federal, state, and local revenue. Our first focus is going to be this minimum state aid. And we're going to talk about that this way. So we first came to the board And I'm not presenting in slide mode because it seems that it makes it larger. Does this work for everyone? I can go into slide mode, but that may think's a little bit smaller.
No, this is good.
This is good. Okay. So at the board presentation on the 21st, we came to you and said that there was a potential that the local control funding formula was going to be impacted by $1,000 per ADA and that our district could be impacted by $8.3 million. And we also said, but we're not sure yet because the calculator from FICMAT has not been released. And sure enough, it was released over the weekend, this past weekend. So once that was released, the impact to the district was more of a 10% to our minimum state aid. Well, as I shared with you, our minimum state aid is $3.8 million. So 10% of that $3.8 million is $382,000. So we go from 8 million to 300 to a potential of $3.8 million. So let me talk to you a little bit about that. So this 10% is the impact that non-basic aid districts are going to have. Every single district that is not a basic aid district are going to see a 10% reduction, upwards of $8 million, depending on what that dollar amount is. And these districts that are non-basic aid districts or non-community funded districts, unless the legislature changes the law, will be able to enact the layoff process in August. Because the district is not a state funded district, and because we're a community funded district, the state is looking at us from the fact that since we don't give your district as much money, we really can't take as much money, right? If we only give you $3.8 million, we can't really take $8.3 million. That's the governor's thought process. The legislature is a different story. And right now they're negotiating what the state budget is going to look like. And we should have possibly a state adopted budget mid-June. So while the governor's proposal says that this is a 10% reduction of $382,000, the legislation is looking at the actual impact being 100% of our minimum state aid. That hasn't been released, but those are the conversations that are taking place. In order for the state to take 10%, they would have to go back to the fair share amount. And the governor at this point is not enacting the use of the fair share. Could it happen in August? Perhaps. Could it happen next year? Perhaps. So what we're being told right now is that the potential impact to our district is $382,000. The maximum with the existing law is $3.8 million. The use of the fair share would take $8.3 million. So I'm going to stop there and ask and see if there's any questions you may have, because these numbers are very different than what we've been talking about.
So you're saying the legislature is talking about taking all of it, the entire $3,827,000?
Correct.
Nancy, of the 3.8 million, does that have basic aid in that? And does that also have Prop 39, or is that outside of that number?
That's outside of Prop 39.
Is that Prop 39, 3.8 million?
No, so our district receives Prop 30. Our district receives our minimum state guarantee and property taxes. Prop 39 is a proposition that provides funding for projects that we've already completed in our districts, and we've already used that funding. And that is to replace any electrical projects that we have. So you might be referring to Prop 30.
Probably I am.
Yes, so
Thank
Prop
you.
30 is outside of what the state can do, because it was a proposition that was passed by the voters, and that's still being collected from the voters. And therefore, the state of California, therefore, they can't touch that. And I have a a little bit more information about that in this slide. So $1.5 million is the state Prop 30 that you're talking about. $91 million is our property taxes, and the minimum state is $3.8 million. Now, Mr. Verich, you had asked a question about the minimum state guarantee of $120 per ADA. So that represents $800,000, right? So we had a conversation with a representative of School Services in California that just focuses on school districts that are community funded districts, Dr. Bravo, Sharon, and myself. And in that conversation, we asked, okay, so can we assume that the $800,000, which is the $120 state aid guarantee, will not be touched? And she said, you can't assume that. Because what the state is looking at doing is saying, okay, since we give you more than $2 million in special education at the state level, then that's going to count as the $120 guarantee. So this minimum state aid can be up for grabs.
So, Nancy,
Yes.
can you explain again the difference between the minimum state aid and the state revenue? How much are we getting? What's the difference between the 8.9 and the 3.8 numbers?
Okay, so the 8.9, the 8.3 number, this number you're talking about? Yes.
Yes.
So the 8.3 is a 10% cut across all of these three numbers.
Is that
The
cutting $8 million, or after 10% cut, we receive $8 million?
It's cutting $8 million.
Okay.
So that would be a cut to the 3.8, the 1.5, and the 91.
Yeah.
That's how we come up with our $8 million.
Okay. Thank you.
So if the state decided they were going to, actually, we come up with that number with 1,000 per ADA, and it focuses on these three areas, right? So if the state, if we were a community-based, if we were not a community funded district, we would be losing $8.3 million as of July 1st. And that's what all other school districts are working on.
Mhm.
These school districts will have the opportunity, if this materializes, to use the August layoff process if the legislature does not change the law. Because we're a community funded district, the maximum they can take from us without using the fair share law is $3.8 million.
Right.
And so the maximum we could see without fair share is $3.8 million. What is being proposed by the governor right now is 382. The legislative body is not necessarily in agreement with community funded districts being impacted by $300,000.
They think it should be more,
They think it should be more.
but they
So-
can't, if we only get 382,000 from the state. They
We get $3.8 million from the state.
Right, 3.8 million, I'm sorry. They can't take property taxes from us.
The only way they can take the only way they can take property taxes, and they've done it before, is through the fair share process. And let me tell you a little bit about the fair share process. The last time that the fair share process was enacted and was used, community funded districts went up in arms and stormed to Sacramento and said, you can't do that to us because you are, in your actions, you are no longer having us be a community funded district. So their recourse then is, okay, we'll take as much as we can, but we'll ensure that you don't come out of your basic aid or your community funded status. So in order for the state to bring us out of a community funded status, they would have to take next year approximately $18 million. So if they took $8 million, we would still have enough status to continue to be a community funded district. So this $8.3 million is not being enacted at this point in time. Could it in August, when we know if the income from all of our, if our income taxes are returned and everybody pays their property tax, I mean, their income taxes, perhaps, we don't know that. So the three scenarios that Dr. Bravo was talking about is worst case scenario, best case scenario, and sort of medium case scenario,
Somewhere in the middle.
somewhere in the middle.
So
Nancy,
Nancy,
can I repeat? Can I say what I think I understand?
Yes.
And tell me if I'm right.
Yes.
So when we initially started, we said, what did they do in the last recession? Oh, they did this fair share thing. It's gonna be $1,000 per ADA. That's what the top line is. It's a
Yes.
big number. Currently, Gavin put the bottom number where we basically lose nothing. And there are people in the state legislature that behind the scenes are being like, basically saying that's not acceptable, that the rich stay rich. We need to do something here, not all the way at the top line, but in the middle.
Yes.
Okay.
I couldn't have said it better.
So, okay. Got it.
Thank you.
so
That's
Nancy,
helpful.
Yes.
two clarifying questions here.
Sure.
Number one, the fair share that was enacted after the last recession, right? That was to help distribute, that's help to bring equity across the state, take from the richer community funded districts and help the poor LCFF funded districts.
Correct.
Have they stopped taking their fair share from us?
No.
Will they ever stop taking their fair share from us?
No.
Okay, so they're already taking money from us.
Yes. So
Okay.
so the net of our minimum state guarantee is the $3.8 million. But what we're entitled to is $8,827,724. They take $5 million. They've been taking $5 million since they enacted the fair share.
Is that
Okay.
every year, $5
Every-
million doesn't come into our account, or
Correct.
they took 5 million once and we haven't gotten it back yet?
It's $5 million that doesn't come to our account. So the
So it's
state
five,
is
it's
supposed
one
to-
time.
So the state is supposed to give us $8 million every year. We're entitled to it. However, through the fair share, they've been taking $5 million every year for several years now. I think that the year that started was 13-14.
And then that $3.8 million, that's the state minimum
What we have left.
of what we have left of that. That's not, where's the money that we have to set aside for our unduplicated student counts?
It's in our property taxes.
So it's all in the property tax.
Yep.
So this is actually money that the state gives.
The only money that we get from this, so the state says to us, you have to our base money and our supplemental and concentration all gets commingled in the not commingled, but it all comes in through our local property taxes. But by law, we're supposed to separate that supplemental money. We don't get concentration money. So that's outside of this. That's a
Okay, but
requirement.
it's not this. This is the basic aid of basic aid.
This is the money that the state could potentially take.
Okay, got it.
Any other questions on this slide before we soldier on?
I have one question. What is, if you had to rank the three, what's like the one that's the most likely to happen? And then you said the 8 million is the least likely, but like, because that's really going to affect students a lot in terms of what the budget is. And they're like all really drastic numbers. So like if you could rank them, I know that's not like set in stone, but.
I would rank, so there's two different things, what could happen and what we could recommend, right? So if you're asking what could happen, I think that for sure, the $382,000. The second possibility would be the $3.8 million. And the third possibility is the 8.3.
Okay, thank you for that.
That was a great question. Okay, so this talks about the three, so this addresses the state. Then we look at our local property taxes and we say, okay, in our property taxes, are these numbers good where we increase by 4% and then have no increases for 2 years and then go up by 8.5%? And the answer is yes. So I believe that an email was shared with you from County Office CBO, in which so the county office will review our budget and usually will either say agree with us or disagree with us. So they send out guidance of how they're going to evaluate all districts' budgets, and particularly to community funded districts, was that they don't want to see, unless they have a justification and a conversation with the county, anything above a 0 in year 21-22 and 22-23. So our assumptions from the get-go was these 2 zeros. I did bring to you the possibility that, not the possibility, that our prior history shows that there was a decrease of 8.5% the 3rd year out. And I have not incorporated that number for one reason and one reason only. The recession that took place in 2007, 2008 and forward was really related to the housing market. This is a completely different type of recession, is not related to the housing market. And we have no indicators at this moment that we should be cutting our property taxes by 8.5% in the 22-23 year. So I'm not recommending we take that approach. I am extremely comfortable and now feel even more comfortable when the county office says, we don't want to see anything above a 0. So this validates our projections at the county level, where when we submit our budget, there won't be a concern.
Nancy, at the zeros, why is there an increase of 8.5% in 23-24?
Because if we look at an average of this 4% that we've been getting, we've also seen increases of 6 and 7%. We expect that by the 4th year out, there'll be such a recovery. So the last time that this recession took place, there was a decrease of 8.5% and then an increase of 8.5%, which means that the property values went up 17%. So this increase of 8.5% is half of the increase that took place in property values in the last recession. So the ability for the property values to go up this amount versus 17% is much greater. So I see a frown, Ms. Brown. So if you have an 8.5% negative, oh, I'm sorry. So if you have an 8.5% negative here, and then the following year you have an 8.5% increase, you're talking about there was an increase of 17% because you had to get yourself out of the hole first and then go up 8.5%. So us estimating an 8.5% increase is reasonable.
Nancy, I have 2 questions.
Sure.
Okay, so question 1, you mentioned that the officer at the county basically told you, look, it has to be 0% in 21-22 and 22-23. Also, we're not going to approve this thing. Was that
No.
was that the
Sorry, let me rephrase that. What they said is, if you're going to show a number above 0, you need to contact us and give us the reasons why you believe that your district will receive a 3%. Some people were talking about a 3%. Some people were talking about a 2%. So we would have to have a good reason.
Okay.
I don't have a good reason to say to the county, we should show a 3% increase the year after that.
What happens in the scenario where they reject a budget? Is there an appeals process, and what does that look like?
No, what happens is then you have conversations with the county, and it's more of a negotiation of why it is that they feel that that your numbers are not reasonable.
And they have the final say if there's disagreement there.
Yes, they do have the final say.
Great. And then my final question is, let's say we're going to have to adjust these numbers year by year with new information, right? We have to kind of guess our best guess based on the data we have right now. what does happen if it goes above in a certain year? Does that just mean we have more money for bringing back programs and potential raises
Absolutely,
kind of thing?
absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
And I just may want
That's
to,
all
I just want to say though that we're going to see changes to this budget, I believe, starting in August. We won't have to wait a year. We probably will see some changes from the state at the state level in August. So this would be, so when we take both the 3 scenarios on the state level cuts and we add to the scenarios of our property taxes, this is what happens. So the worst case scenario is we see a 9% decrease, which is the $8 million, a 13% impact, 17 and 14 if we do nothing, right? If we do nothing. The case scenario where there's $3 million, then the reduction is $4.7 million the first year, 9 million. It has a compounding effect if we do nothing. And then the best case scenario is if we don't have to cut but $300,000, then the impact is really 1%, 6%, 10%, and 7%. So this is adding both the state potential reduction and this is all compared to what we thought our revenue was going to be prior to COVID-19.
So
And
this is basically saying there, in the best case scenario, which is on the bottom, we would not be receiving $26.7 million of revenue over the next 3 years of our budget cycle.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, 4 years.
So any questions on this slide before we move on? Okay, so the next slide talks about federal revenue, and we're looking at our current budget. Our current budget, yes, for federal revenue. We have a $2.7 million budget. We're estimating some increases and some decreases, and the increase really comes from the CARES Act. And so when we look at the decreases in special education entitlement, plus special education discretionary, Title I, Title II, Title III, and Title IV, we see all of these reductions, and then a little bit of an increase in Medi-Cal billing, a little bit of an increase in vocational applied technology. But the real savior here is the CARES Act with $600,000 from the federal government. So the net impact to the federal programs or to the district is $137,000. Now this $600,000 is the suggested funding source for the CUHSD counselors. What happens with all of these title programs is that if the funding is not received, then services are reduced based on the funding reduction. So these we are not anticipating replenishing. We're not anticipating to backfill these losses. We're making adjustments to the programs. Does that make sense? So we're not using general fund money and making a contribution to make these programs whole. And so therefore the $600,000 here, when you combine them all together, it seems like it is true that we're only gaining 137,000, but in reality is we still have the $600,000 that we would, that the board would have to decide what they would like to use that money on. And so that's what's happening with federal programs. Any question on our federal revenue?
How much of the CARES money is going to our meals program right now?
Nothing.
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 Are we paying for all the food that we're delivering?
So the district is participating in the summer. So it's a completely different program, and that's managed under Fund 13, and it's not part of Fund 01. So the fund that we're talking about right now is the general fund. So under Fund 13, the district receives funding from the federal government to feed our families. And so per meal. So our program are actually, I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to say it anyway, because that's how good our director of food services is. I received an email from him today, and there's a possibility that we may have a zero impact from the food services department to the general fund when we close the books this year.
That's
Wow. Yeah. Wow.
So he's taking advantage of every program that's out there that will help us feed our families.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay. So then the next slide has to do with other state revenue. And there was some questions about lottery. And so we want to address some of these questions. So we get money as a block grant for mandated cost claims, and that's based on a rate. So believe it or not, there seems to be a slight increase because it's based on our ADA. And so there's a slight increase in this particular $28,000. Lottery unrestricted, there is a potential increase. There doesn't seem to be an impact to lottery. So there is a slight increase for lottery that's unrestricted and lottery that's restricted. So the restricted lottery can only be used in textbooks that are adopted textbooks and curriculum and instruction materials. It cannot be used for anything else. The unrestricted lottery, the bulk of it we use to pay for our utilities. So that's money that has been earmarked for that. We don't see a change in workability. The ag incentive, we don't believe will be available next year. The STRS on behalf is really an accounting measure where we report how much money is being paid on behalf of STRS. And then, so next year, the possibility, the amount that we're paying. So it's a wash to you. There isn't an impact to the general fund of $1.1 million. The decrease in revenue, there's also a decrease in expenditures, and therefore this is a net zero. Career Technical Education Incentive Program, the CTIG, we're looking at a decrease. So it's a 50% decrease from the award letter that we recently received, not a 50% increase from the last award letter. So the current increase, the current allocation is $516,000. So there's a decrease of 50%, I'm sorry. But then an impact from last year to this year is, from current year, 402 to our estimated actuals is 143. SB 117 is one-time money that this is the COVID-19 revenue that's coming in this year from the state. This 145,000 we have used to help us pay for some of the materials and supplies that we've had to purchase to address the costs for the COVID-19. So this money has already been spent. We're not expecting to receive it next year. And then other state revenue, which were just a couple of minor grants. We do testing and then we get reimbursed very small percentage of testing, and that's what this 4,000 represents. So the $8.9 million, there's an impact of 1.2. The majority of it is this STRS on behalf that at the end of the day does not have an impact, a real impact on our finances. And we don't anticipate that we are going to backfill any of these other losses in revenue. Any questions on state revenue?
Why doesn't the STRS on behalf, I don't, explain that one. I don't understand that one.
So what happens is we have to pay STRS a dollar amount, right? So this dollar amount that goes to STRS, we pay it, but there's also a revenue component to it, which has a negative impact. So this is not the regular STRS that we pay for. It's a liability that we have that's outstanding that they want us to book as an expenditure, but it doesn't have an impact on our revenue side or our expenditure side. No?
So we just keep it on our records as something that we Oh,
It's an accounting, they want us to record, our STRS on behalf. So they want us to record it as an expenditure and they want us to record it as a revenue. And that's one of those GASB entries that we have to make, and therefore they don't have an impact.
got it.
Are there any other questions on our other state revenue?
Nancy, so on that last point, it raises a question. So you said that 1.18 million on STRS on behalf that's there, you said doesn't impact our budget or does?
Does not.
So that 1.24 million at the bottom is actually less.
It's 200. So because we have revenue on the top that went up,
Yeah.
and then revenue that's lost, it's very little.
Okay. Great. Thank you. So I should not read this as we're 1.24
No.
in this area where it's closer to like 100,000.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So in local revenue, our parcel tax, we're estimating the same revenue for next year, and that's being very optimistic and hopeful that that we are not going to see a decrease in folks paying for their $85 parcel tax. So we're not showing a decrease or an increase in parcel tax revenue. Redevelopment agencies, the district, long time ago, there were redevelopment agencies across the state. They have been dismantled. However, any redevelopment agency that owed money, and there's a portion that belonged to the district is what we're seeing here. I have not dove into having an analysis done of what agreements we have with these redevelopment agencies. So you may see a contract coming up so that we can confirm that that this decrease of $205,000 from redevelopment agencies is accurate. That's what we're estimating now. And then
Is that money restricted or unrestricted?
It's unrestricted money. It's
Yeah.
it's local money. So it is of interest to us to confirm that that is a real number. Leases and rentals, we're expecting an increase of $396,000. In interest, we're not estimating any increase. There could be a potential increase. We're not estimating one. And then on all other local revenues, we're looking at $391,000 for a net impact to our local revenue of approximately $200,000. And we are not anticipating us backfilling any of these losses in revenue.
Is the increase in leases and rentals from our parking agreement?
Yes.
Okay.
Nancy, what type of things fall under all other?
Well, I am going to
That's a lot of money in like
yes. I am going to ask Sharon, you, to help us with that answer. Sharon?
Okay, for all other, can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Mhm.
For all other revenue, that's include also the restricted revenue that comes from the site, their donations, stuff that they receive from the site. And then we don't guarantee those that they're going to be receive it next year. So we don't budget it until we receive it for the following year.
Okay, so just to play that back, so it's mainly donations from people to school sites that are being spent on non-general fund expenses?
That is correct. And then also those revenue that the booster is giving to the district to pay for the coaches. It's just usually just a wash. It's a pass through to the district because we do pay the coaches for that's paid by the booster.
Okay, thank you.
So unless there's any other questions from here, I'd like to go to the next slide. And now we're going to head into assumptions. So these are the assumptions that we're making, and we want to confirm these assumptions with you. Make sure you're comfortable with them because these assumptions are going to be incorporated in the budget we bring back to you on May 18th. I'm sorry, June 18th. May's gone. Okay, so assumptions. We want to start with the current year assumptions. So this year there's an increase in property tax growth of $668,000. So we are assuming that increase in our assumptions for the current year. We also, as we shared with you, added the SB 117 already. It's already in our on our assumptions. We also are incorporating into the expenditures for this year the CSEA and SEIU stipend agreement of $2,700 that was approved by the board and that was negotiated with our bargaining units. We are also incorporating the expenditures for COVID-19. So the expenditures for COVID-19 is a combination of this 145 and this 484 for $630,000 approximate. And then the estimated savings from current year non-expenditures, for us not filling some of the position is we're comfortable with $906,000. So in current year, we're making these assumptions. Do you have questions on these assumptions that we're making or concerns?
Yeah, so 3 of them are positives and 2 of them are negatives, right?
Yes, exactly. So these 2 are positives because they increase our revenue. Very good. This 2 are expenditures, and then this is our savings. So when you do the sum of this, the net impact is not that great. We still end up with a positive increase to our ending fund balance with these actions. And I'll show you that number when we get to the multi-year projection. Very good question.
So basically we saved a decent amount of money on electricity or different positions, different things that happened, but then we also had to spend a lot of that money to prepare. And we made, like at the end of the day, it nets out a little positive.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So that's for current year. And then for next year, these are the assumptions we have. 4% property tax growth. This 2.3% COLA is we put it here, but it really doesn't. Our increase to property taxes is 4%. What the state could potentially give us is 2.31. So our 4% basically goes over and above this 2.31. The CARES Act, the $600,000 is in next year's budget. Again, the board would have the opportunity to prioritize this money in whichever way they see fit. Incorporated in the assumptions are the $5,000 off the salary schedule payment to CHSD, an increase of 4.4 special education teachers, 1.5 computer technicians to implement the 101 program, 1.5 special ed aides, 0.75 of a job developer coach also for special education. We're estimating an increase in contributions to health and welfare benefits of 3.5%. Step-in column increase. Certificated represents 1.25 and classified represents 2.5. There was a decrease because of the governor putting money into STIRS and PERS. And there was also a question from Mr. Verich that how is that helping us? That's helping to reduce our expenditures in certificated in STIRS, $1.1 million, and in PERS, $318,000. So that's helping us. So these are the assumptions that we're suggesting we make for the 2021 budget year. Do you have any questions or any concerns about these assumptions?
Yes, the property tax growth, is there an offset? If we get more in property tax growth than the COLA, do we not get the COLA or do we get it regardless?
The COLA doesn't, because we get more in property taxes, the COLA doesn't represent an increase for us.
So we don't get it then?
If we were a non-basic aid district, we would.
We would. So, but for us, it's one or the other, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And out of these, the only ones that are, I guess, not already like automatically happening based on current contracts and things would be we're estimating the property tax growth, the COLA, and then the other part that we could change would be the FTE. But everything else is kind of set. Is that
Yes.
true?
Like it.
Okay.
So step and column is not negotiable. I mean, everything's negotiable, right? But it's
Right,
usually
but
you
based
have-
on current contracts.
correct.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. So the things that you could potentially say no to is the 4.4 FTE for special education teachers, the 1.5, and the 0.75. You could also say don't estimate a 3.5% increase, but then if it does come in, then we have a problem that we didn't account for it in our budget. So this is a good practice to have incorporate into your assumptions. Sharon calculated for us the increase. How much does it really cost when people go from their current placement on the salary schedule and then they get moved the following year, to make sure we had the correct numbers of what that cost us. And so for teachers, for certificated staff is a 1.25% increase, and for certificated 2.5% increase. And then CalSTRS, and as I said, in PERS, and these, as you said, Ms. Aerosmith, they're givens. We can't do anything with them.
Well, in terms of SPED, I think we got a great deal of increase in enrollment, but even if we hadn't, you don't want those class size ratios to go any higher than they have been. And these are the students that we are the most likely to have ongoing difficulty serving the longer the COVID goes on. So that looks to me like it has to be there.
Nancy, I do have one question. And if it's one that's better asked later, just tell me. But for the kids, in the For the Kids campaign, there's the potential of future lease revenue at Heritage. Is that in this budget? And tell me about, if it's not, why?
Yes, so the For the Kids campaign and the transaction we're in the middle of exchanging the middle of our property for a building that could generate revenue hasn't been solidified. Escrow hasn't closed. We're in escrow. We're still in our due diligence process. And anything can happen between now and then. There's also the potentiality that the revenue that, because of COVID-19 and people being able to lease offices and all of those, there's an impact. So us counting on something that's not ours is not something I would recommend. It's not ours yet. So I wouldn't want to include revenue that we don't have in the bank.
And Nancy, if let's say everything goes swimmingly, what's the first day the district would collect money from that lease revenue?
It would be probably 1.5 years from now, because
okay, so that's something the board would consider. It's more appropriate to consider at a future, in next year's budget.
Correct.
Because it has a 0% chance of impacting this year's.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'll move to, so as you know, we have to submit our budget year, which is the 2021 and 2 subsequent years. So we're going to go to the next 2 years and we're going to look at the assumptions we're using. I'm also adding a 4th year, and I'll share with you why when we get to that 4th year. So the assumption for the next year, the year after, which is the 2nd year of our budget adoption, as I shared with you, we're estimating a 0% growth in property tax. There is a 4,000 increase on the salary schedule for CHSD. That's being assumed, that's been negotiated. There is again the increase in step and column to both certificated and classified. Again, the district contribution to health and welfare benefits, we're estimating an increase of 3.5%. And then CalSTRS and CalPERS, there's a decrease in CalSTRS from this year, from next year to the following year, but there's an increase in PERS from 2021 to 21-22. So we're accounting for. I do have a slide for you of what's not included in the budget. So right now, I'm only talking about what we want to include in our budgets. And I have a list of things that are not included. So instead of trying to make this list bigger, we decided that we would do one slide that just has what's not included. So bear with me on that one. So
Ask
any
a quick
questions?
question on this slide.
Sure. Yes.
Things we've negotiated with our labor partners are public, right? The contracts we voted on are public. In our current agreement with CHSD, there's some sort of language around a starting offer
Yes.
in that third year. What is that number?
1.895. The 4,000 increase on the salary schedule.
So the opening offer is the 4,000. It's not higher than that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And the 4,000, however, is on the salary schedule. The one next year is off the salary schedule.
Yeah.
Just to
Okay, thank you.
clarify. So then the third year, which is 22-23, 0% growth again. We assume the compounding effects of the agreement with CHSD, because once it goes on the salary schedule, it has a compounding effect. So we're accounting for that in our assumptions. Step and column, health and welfare benefits, STRS and PERS increases. So then they increase the third year of our multi-year projections. Any questions on this one? Nope. Okay. So I'm going to the fourth year. And why am I going through the fourth year? Because the fourth year has a great impact on the district, and that's the potential of the parcel tax not passing or not being renewed, and the potential loss of $4.8 million. And I add this because I don't want us to lose sight of this, because we now have a period of time that we could potentially do something about that potentiality versus losing sight of it and not starting to take some financial measures to account for that potential loss. So we see an 8.5% increase in property growth for that fourth year. We see the compounding cost from the agreement. Step in column, health and welfare. There's no change to CalSTRS at that point. And then CalPERS has an increase from 25.9 to 26.6. And again, the potential negative impact of the parcel tax not renewing. So that's the assumptions we're using in the fourth year.
When does the CalPERS increase train stop?
I wish I had an answer for you. Every time they do an evaluation of how much money they're generating from investments. And so with the COVID-19 and the different impacts it's had on investments, you're going to see that they're not generating the investments for any of us. STRS, PERS are generating as much revenue as we anticipate. So the less of those marks that are made, the longer you're going to see school districts having to pay for that difference. Yes, I'm sorry, but we have no control over that. It's one of those, as Ms. Arrowsmith said, that there's nothing we can do about.
Is it a complete non-starter to start talking about our next parcel tax move, given that we're in trouble?
Well, it's not part of the conversation. I did not include it in my conversation today because I think it's a bigger conversation, and I really wanted to focus on making some decisions so we can get our budget. But I think that if that's an interest to the board, I'm sure that could be something that Board President Gallagher could put on the agenda for a focused discussion.
Yeah, this is something I talked to Bob about, and he said we should be able to discuss at like a high level tonight. I don't know if like this point in this slideshow is the right time, but maybe once Nancy's done, let's circle back on that because I have it written down on my notes too. Kind of through that.
Perfect. Okay, so if there's no further questions on this one, I want to go to the slide where we talk about the things that are not included in the multi-year projections. So there are no increases in salaries for CSCA, SEIU, or management in the next 4 years. So there's no increase for those groups. There are no additional staff, teaching staff, no FTE included in the next 3 years. The additional expenditures related to COVID-19 is an unknown to us, because it's really going to depend on if we come back to school, if the students come back to school, if we delay them coming back to school. So it's hard to put a number on what the potential cost for COVID-19 will be. So we don't have additional expenditures related to COVID-19. We do have the potentiality, and we're not accounting for that in August, we may see another cut to community funded districts. So we're not accounting for that at the moment. That we're also not accounting for any additional staff that may be needed, not only in the classroom, but if we need any additional health aides to take temperature from students, if we need additional custodians, I mean, from staff that taking the temperature, if we need additional custodians, campus supervisors to enforce social distancing, none of that is built into these budget scenarios or assumptions. And the last thing is that in none of these assumptions are we counting on withdrawing any money from the trust account, the funding that we have in our trust for other post-employment benefits, and also for STRS and PERS increases. Any questions?
Nancy, what's the thinking about that around that last piece?
The thinking about around that piece is there's guidelines for us to withdraw money from the trust accounts. So currently from our other post-employment benefits, we could potentially withdraw approximately $400,000 a year up to the $2 million cap that we have. So we made a deposit into this trust account of $2 million. And for the purpose of other post-employment benefits. So by doing that, if anything happens to the economy, the promise that we made our staff, both certificated and classified, that when they retire, they will have health and welfare benefits for the commitment that we've made for them. For some of them, it's 4 years. For some of them, it's 5 years. So to ensure that the money is there when they go to retire, we set that money aside in a trust account. However, if the district, and so instead of using that money, we use money from the general fund to pay what's called the pay as you go. So as people retire, we have to make a payment to their benefits. We're paying that out of the general fund. The district could withdraw on an annual basis up to the $2 million, which could take us about 5 years to withdraw the $2 million at about $400,000 a year. So that is not incorporated into any of these projections. So the reason why the money was there also is because once you spend that money is gone and you will not recover that. So it's not money that you want to tap into, and you can't tap into right away.
Nancy?
Yes?
You said you spoke of some employees 4 years, some employees 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a fixed group, or does that group grow every year?
It every time, so we do an actuarial study for all of our employees. So if we have, it depends on the age of the group, right? So if we have people that are older, you're going to see that our potential cost is greater because more people are eligible for retirement. But as we add more staff, that potential liability goes up. Every time we hire somebody, we're making a commitment that if they stay and work for the district for 15 years, that they're going to be entitled to in some cases up to the age of 65. In some cases beyond the age of 60, I'm sorry, in some cases, depending on if it's their age. So some, if you're up to 65, so if you're already 65 years old and you retire, too late, you don't receive any of that. So there's different contractual obligations for each of the groups. So we take into consideration those contractual obligations, and then we do an actuarial report, and it tells us how much commitment we've made. And then districts have the option of funding that commitment to ensure that the money's there when people go to retire. So the district has taken that option, and quite frankly, that's one of the reasons why the district was able to get the rating that we have with Standards & Poor's, because the district is planning for that commitment that they've made to their employees. The other component is the STRS and PERS increases. As we've seen, there's some increases. We see Ms. Goitia asked the question, when will this increase in PERS and STRS stop, right? And we've seen that it just doesn't, it keeps going. So the district made an investment of $5 million into a trust account to be able to help with the increases in cost. So the district could potentially withdraw some of that money to help offset the cost. The issue is that with the governor putting in this money upcoming next year, then the increase is not, it's actually helping us, right? So the increase is not quite there. So I just wanted to make sure that we didn't forget about the trust accounts, and so that full disclosure of what's not included or not being used in these assumptions. Any other question?
I'm sorry, I'm very vocal today. I'm gonna ask one more around,
Sure.
I know we do enrollment studies. I know there's big question marks about what the impact of COVID is, and we may not realistically know until August when kids actually show up or not. But do you think there's a swarm of kids coming like we were planning?
So the district, based on the enrollment projections that were done, we did ask our demographer to do a revised projection of enrollment compared to the last recession. So the initial enrollment projection showed that we were going to have an increase of about 290 students. The revised projection only showed a 10 student increase.
Okay.
So the staffing that we're doing is based on the revised projections.
Thank you.
And that's why you don't see an increase in certificated teachers. Originally, when we used the 295 increase, we were looking at having to add on the non-special ed side of the education side of the house, at least 10 teachers. And because of our revisions to the enrollment projections, there is no increase in certificated classroom teacher staff for next year, just for special education. So now we go to the nitty-gritty of things. So we take all this information we just talked about, and we plugged in 3 different scenarios, right? So we're sharing with you the 3 different scenarios. So the first scenario is the one where there's an impact of the $8 million at the state level, and then a 4% for property taxes, a 0 and 0. So when you plug in all of these assumptions, the multi-year projections look like this. If we were to say, we're going to assume that we're going to lose the $8.3 million, and we do nothing as far as cuts are concerned, we would basically, as I shared before with you, we use all of our fund balance the first year where we have a 6% reserve, and then we go negative the second year, further negative the third year, and definitely negative the fourth year. So if the impact were the $1,000 and we made no cuts, this is what would happen. And we could not submit a budget to the county and receive positive certification if we submitted something like this. So that's scenario number 1. So we did the same thing with scenario number 2. And scenario number 2 is where we have the maximum $3.8 million that the state takes the $3.8 million. So what does that do to our fund balance and our reserve? We maintain, a 6% reserve, and this is without making any cuts. This is without cutting the departments, without making any staffing adjustments. We did nothing. We used some of our fund balance to have our 6% reserve. The second year, our reserve goes to almost 5%. The third year, we're negative. This is if we do nothing. And then the fourth year, we have negative 10%. The third option is the one where we only lose $300,000. We make no cuts and we have a 6% reserve, almost a 5% reserve the third year out, and then we drop to a 0.40% reserve the fourth year out. So this is based on the assumptions and no cuts. This is what would happen to our multi-year projections. And we would have to submit to the county year 2021, 20. So these are the 3 years that we would be submitting to the county. When we start budgeting for the following year, then the 3 years become these 3 years. And that's where I call it the cliff. That's where this gets really, really ugly. We're not quite there yet, but I don't want to lose sight of this potentiality. So those are the 3 scenarios. So before I move on to the conversation about potential budget reductions, would you like to have a conversation about these 3 potential scenarios and what you're thinking, what you're looking at? If you need a recommendation from Dr. Bravo, from myself, of which of the 3 options, because remember the goals we have is today to decide which of the 3 options we're going to choose to develop our budget with.
You start with your recommendation and then have the board react?
Yes, my recommendation is that we go with the middle, that we don't go with the highest, but certainly not go with the lowest, but we go with the middle.
Clarifying question real quick.
Mhm.
So for example, this last one that you showed us, the ending fund balance is 25,422,000 and the district reserve is listed at 6%. So 6% of our budget is 25 million?
No. So
No.
I'm sorry, no. So 6% of our budget is
Is that in addition to the 25 million fund balance?
no. So I'm sorry. Let me explain, and I apologize. It's my fault. I went straight to the 6% reserve. So the district's ending fund balance this year, as I was sharing with you, last time I presented on the 21st, this number was $17.9 million, almost 18. And since we had some savings this year and we did a few things, we're not hiring people, we were actually able to bring it up almost $500,000, right? So unrestricted money is the money that you have basically to ensure that you have your reserves. So of this $18 million, $80,000 we can't spend. It's an inventory and it's on our revolving account, so we can't spend that. We have $7.3 million. That's what our 6% represents. And then we have available for budget stabilization, $5.5 million.
Thank you. Yes, that makes sense.
So this $5.4 million encompasses $4.7 million, which has been earmarked as our soft landing. And then $1.2 million in, $700,000 in us being able to pay for 1 more year of SBCTE using the one-time money. So our required reserve is $7.3 million. board policy says 6% reserve. So this available for budget stabilization is because we know we've made commitments to bargaining units. So we have money set aside to be able to fulfill those financial obligations. So then the following year, and we're following this.
Nancy, really quick, can you go to your recommendation slide, not the
Yes,
best
I'm
case
so
one?
sorry. Yes.
No
yes.
worries.
Okay, so based on the recommendation slide, we still with the same numbers, right? Because we're not changing our assumptions for 1920. So then we go into the following year, and you see that we're deficit spending $2 million in 2019-20 in unrestricted, $2 million for a total of deficit spending of $5.2 million. So the following year, we deficit spend $4 million, right? So then our $18.4 million now has to pay for that $4 million that we're spending more than what we're receiving. And so that brings our fund balance to $14.4 million. So then we are still able to keep our $80,000. We still have our soft landing. We still have our reserve, and we have $2.3 million to continue to fulfill our financial obligations. So then we go to the following year, and the following year we deficit spend even more. Again, if we do nothing, because it has an impact, it has a compounding effect. So if we have a negative $8 million deficit spending $8 million, and we ended the prior year with $14.4 million, then our fund balance, beginning fund balance, is only $5.9 million. So that means that our $4.7 million soft landing goes away. And what we have is the $80,000 that are non-spendable, and our reserve drops to 4.72%. And our resources to balance our budgets available for budget stabilization is gone. So then we go to the third year. Again, this is without making any cuts. We have the $80,000, and we're short $4.3 million to make our 3% reserve. So I'm sorry, not 4.3, $4.4 million we're negative. Our 6% reserve is $7 million. So to get us out of this hole and have a 6% reserve, we would need $7.3 million plus $4 million. So we would need $11 million to have a 6% reserve here. And this, of course, gets worse again, because if you don't do anything in this year, the compounding effects are just outrageous. Then you have to make deeper cuts, and that's not very something that I would advise. So this would be the one that we would that I would recommend, and I did have a conversation with Dr. Bravo about this recommendation, and I believe that he's in agreement with what we would recommend, because it's a middle ground, it's the maximum, and it would take a lot of work from the legislation and between the legislation and the governor, a lot of arguing for them to really go after another fair share unless things at the state level got really, really bad. Could it happen? Maybe. But at least if we go with $3 million, we're $5 million short of the $8 million they could potentially take, versus $7 or $8 million short from them if we do the 300,000. And then, yes, Ms. Brown.
Yeah, I thought we were going to react to your recommendation.
Yes. I think that's what President Gallagher wanted to do.
Okay. So first of all, I want to say to you and to Karen, this is a terrific presentation, because I think it breaks it down. It's so important for our community to understand this, right? And there's nothing more complicated than public school finance. Right? I think you guys have done a great job in breaking this down so that the community understands what the situation is. And I agree with your recommendation. The job that we have to do is we have to play Goldilocks. Which one's too hard? Which one's too soft? Which one's just right? I think that's a good strategy. we really, you know, we don't want to cut too much. We don't want to cut too little at this point in order to protect this unknown revenue increases over the next 4 years. So, so I like that approach from that perspective. I also like the fact that we'll have time throughout next year, after we pass this budget, 45 days after, we can relook at this. There's interim, we can relook at this. We can make changes throughout. And I think COVID, you know, let's be honest, the world has changed, right? The rules are changing. And so who knows what's going to happen in the future and where we might be able to make adjustments up, down, as we react. In private industry, things are changing daily, and you have to change your everything's daily. So I can see that not only the state, but we will have to we'll just have to be able to stay on top of that. So I'm supportive of your recommendation. My only question is, we know that we have to make some cuts in the 2020-2021 school year in order to protect the reserves and make them last throughout the 4 years and not go negative. So what's that magic number?
So based on the recommendation, the middle recommendation, it's $4 million. Let me take you back to that slide where we looked at $4.7 million is the middle cut.
So we went from
9.2.
So we told you to come back with 7 to 10. We looked at your optimistic projections that had us closer to 10. And now the Goldilocks solution has us at 4.7. Okay.
Any reactions from other trustees or Stacy, anything else?
I'm gonna shut up.
Nancy, you must feel like somebody blindfolded you and took you into the middle of the Winchester Mystery House and said, find your way out. It would just drive me insane to have to put together solid ground to stand out of this marshy mess. I think it's incredibly annoying and frustrating and everything else to have way, way more variables than you have known quantities for X. So thank you for this.
Do you have a reaction to which of the 3 models you would prefer?
I agree with the middle one, yes.
I think given everything that you shared, which was very bite-sized and logical, and I really do think one of the best presentations that you've done. I think some of them make sense. I think that not stay. It's, you know, given all of the things that you just took us through, and what we do know and what we don't know, and not knowing when we will know. You know, it's not just a here's worst case scenario and best case scenario, and like we'll just kind of throw ourselves in the middle. It's very well thought through, and so that's what makes me feel good about supporting something somewhere here in the middle.
Nancy, thanks. And thanks for incorporating some of the questions I had. One of the, where I think, where my gut is on this is that the middle's probably too far of a cut. That would probably somewhere between the low and here. So a middle ground to those two. I don't think it's likely we'll go as high as we go. I'd be more comfortable seeing us cut somewhere in the neighborhood of a couple $1 million. And that gives us then the opportunity to get through this August cycle, and also then be able to notice as we go into the next budget cycle, because we've seen it. It's come at us. We've got a little bit of room. It's likely, I think, School Services of California, I think FICMAT, they're all in this range of the lower one. And I agree with you. That's never done until it's done. I mean, one of the bad things that's out there is that it's a $54 billion budget deficit. And really what it is it's $54 billion short of what he gave us in January. It's not 54 billion short of what. So I think that there's some room. I just don't know how hard they're going to hit us, or even if they know how hard they're hitting us. But I like the idea of giving us a little more time to hit on what's happened to us, because we don't even know if we're opening.
Well, one thing that we do know goes away in the second year is the SBCTE funding. And the odds of being able to replace that from CTIG, given the 50% cut in CTIG funds from the state, are not good. So there's that coming at us too.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a big thing that Californians aren't going to allow to happen, but it's going to take a
assuming they know.
Yeah, it's going to take a
Can't find 5 people who understand that problem.
Going to take a groundswell of people that are behind CTE to make sure that we're not getting every student ready for college. That's not what our purpose is. So, so I'd be more comfortable somewhere in the middle of those two.
Nancy, I have a couple questions and then a couple thoughts on your actual question. One, can you just explain, I know the state mandated minimum for reserves is 3%, but the recommendation is for community funded to be at 6%. Can you talk about like the cash flow issue and why that is?
Sure. Actually, the recommendation at the state level for community funded districts is 17%.
Yeah, well, let's assume we're not going there.
So our board and our district has a 6% reserve, and the primary reason for that is because it's a cash flow issue, in that the district does not have, we only receive funding twice a year as a community funded district. We receive money when people pay their property taxes. So we pay property taxes in April, and we pay property taxes in December. However, our staff gets paid every month. They get paid in July, they get paid in August, September, October, November, December. So we have to ensure that the cash is there so those checks are not returned with insufficient funds. So that's one of the primary reasons. The other reason is that any potential change in finances, any potential COVID-19 that comes our way, if you're at 3% reserve, and let's say we have a $600,000 COVID-19 expenditure that we were not expecting, you don't have a 3% reserve anymore. And so to put yourself in that situation, to put the district in that type of situation is highly, there's a great risk of doing that, because you go from a positive certification to a negative certification fairly quickly. So some of our districts surrounding us that have been using that 3% are struggling right now, because their 3% is basically gone. Yeah. And our district has a 3% layer, and we still have the soft landing layer. And so we've been planning for these potential hurdles that could come our way, and they're coming our way. Mm-hmm. And because of that planning, you're able to mitigate some of that and not be thinking that you're definitely going to be negative or qualified in your next budget adoption.
And, sorry, go ahead, Stacey.
Yeah, the other piece of this too is that there is a possibility, as what happened in the last recession, that the state could start issuing deferrals. So they say, here's the $3 million, we reduce it by whatever that we're supposed to pay you, and you're supposed to get it on April 1st, but we're going to pay it to you on July 1st so that we can balance our books.
They can do that?
So
Yes,
that they do that. They used to do that all the time.
and
That-
they're going to. I
And
may
they're-
say
and they
that-
will do that to keep their books balanced to manage through this recession. So that's another important reason why we have to maintain that 6%. And then the last piece also is, you know, I always like to tout our AAA credit rating from Standards and Poor's, which is the highest, and there's not very many school districts in the state that do that. Part of the reason why we got rated so high is because we maintain a 6% reserve and not a 3% reserve. Now, how that helps us in these uncertain fiscal times is in the last week when we did our resolution to do a trans, which is basically short-term loans, we get grouped with the best possible financial terms. So it's kind of like having, you know, an $850 point credit rating and going out for a mortgage and getting a really great rate that you don't have to pay points on, versus somebody who's at, you know, 650 who has to pay a higher interest rate, maybe pay points on the loan and all that other stuff. So it's more than just the negative qualification, in my humble opinion.
Yeah. And so, yeah, when you don't have enough cash flow, I assume you have to start borrowing, and then you're just paying money and interest off for no reason. Basically, okay, cool. I see you nodding your head. All right, second question I've gotten a couple times. I'm not advocating for this at all. So I'll repeat, I'm not advocating for this, but what if we just got rid of all the people who are hired with bond funds? Does that help us at all in this situation?
No,
Okay.
no.
Why is that? Can you just
Why
explain
is that?
for the public?
Yes, of course. The public, our taxpayers, trusted our district to tax themselves and approve a $275 million bond. And the purpose was for us to modernize, rebuild, enlarge our classrooms, because our classrooms are so small. Our swimming pools were 3 feet deep. Our kitchens are having some issues with inspections because they don't have hoods. I mean, the things that were wrong with our facilities were so great that our community said, we agree and we want to see that remedied. And so if they're trusting us to make those modifications, to deliver brand new buildings like the ones were delivered at Branham, the 2-story buildings, that's what that money was intended for. It was not intended for, and we cannot use it for salaries, for benefits of individuals that are not directly involved in the managing of the bond.
Okay.
So can
Thank
I
you.
add something to that too, if you don't mind?
Yeah, sure.
So by taking the management of the construction in-house, we save money from outsourcing it to a firm. Okay. And not only do we save some money, but we have our own people managing our own construction. So you can see the difference in the final product of what's getting produced. If you eliminate these positions just because they look like they're extraneous, you basically stop the construction of the bond. Because we would have to go out and hire a construction management firm. And let me tell you, with all the bonds that passed in 2018, there's very little capacity out there to do that. So our resources are doing a great job. It's not even, it shouldn't even be on anybody's mind to think about making any changes there.
Yeah, and I just kind of want to elevate that question and get an answer, just because I think to the average person who doesn't go too in depth, they might see, oh, well, this person they kind of feel districty because they report to the district office for work or something. But just like having the understanding that doing that would actually not help us at all and actually probably hurt the program, like you said, Stacy. I just wanted to get that name.
No, and I'm glad you raised it because it's something that came in, and you know, sunshine is the best disinfectant. People need to understand the why behind all these things.
Yeah. And then, sorry, I've been going a lot, so I'm just going to say I like the middle plan. My two concerns, I have two concerns. One, the giant amount of cuts we'd have to make in second year if we went with this middle one. Because we'd have to do 4.7 in year one, and then the difference between 4.7 and 9.5. So this would not be the end of cuts, correct?
What happens is the reason why there's a compounding is because if you look at positions, when you eliminate a position, there's no compounding effect. So in essence, you are saving money throughout every single year. So us making those reductions now has a positive impact. It's almost like saving double the following year, right? And triple the next year and triple the next year. So at this point in time, I'm very comfortable with us making the $4.7 million cuts, incorporating those into our multi-year projections, using the middle assumptions, and be able to have our 6% reserve for the two subsequent years. And then that buys us time to really address the fourth year out.
Okay. And then my second concern is just around the reason I don't want to let off too much around past that 4.7 or below it is because we have people who are living here who, even if property values freeze for a while, it's still the most expensive place to live in the country. And people are going to want and expect and probably, deserve raises a couple years out. And right now we're just talking about survival. And so I think even if we go a little, like, let's say we cut 2 to 5% too much this year, right? When all is said and done, that's money that can be put into salaries later, which I think is important to think about now. Because like you said, the money we save now compounds. So those are all my thoughts.
Great, thank you. So I believe we have a reaction from all the board members. So I need to move to our next task. So if I'm hearing this correctly, our first goal was to decide how much the cuts were going to be. And I believe from what I'm hearing, we've accomplished that. So now our second goal is to review.
Well, I think just a note, I think there were 4 board members who were right around that level, and then one that was a bit less.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay.
So a decision hasn't been made, but when we're done with this, we can get, we do. So what I'm trying to say is we do need to have a definite answer, because we need to bring to you a budget in 2 weeks. and we need those decisions to be made today. So then the last 2 things that we need to look at are these reductions. And we would start with, we can start, if you'd like, with the reductions to the departments. And then we can go from there to other reductions that are district level reductions, whichever way you would like for us to go through the list. So I would like to start with, the easy stuff and see where that gets us, and then go from there. Not all of these cuts are easy, but they're less difficult because they don't necessarily impact individuals. So you've seen this chart before. And this is, we just divided it in 2 and made the font a little bit bigger so it could be seen. And so the first one is a reduction of 3% to the Ed Services Department. And that's 84,912. And these are the areas where it would be cuts. Travel and conference, consulting services, and substitute staff. And also district level music and art festivals, not site level. These are the events that occur at the district level. And one of the reasons for this is, again, because while there be a softening of the shelter in place, there isn't one for social distancing. So even if we bring students on campus, we have to maintain a 6-foot social distance. So the possibility of there being a festival where we can bring families and parents in an environment where we have to maintain social distancing is very difficult. And this would be something that, and that's why these things are on this list. So this is the first cohort. And my question to you is, would you like to go through each of these and discuss them? Or do we want us to go through all of them and then discuss them?
I think for time, let's go, can you do a high level one and then board members will.
If I can, just to speak to them, I guess what I would say is all of the things you see on this particular page, I still support. I still think we should do. And Nancy, why don't we just go to the next one? Because I think maybe we should have started with the overall one and not the district one.
Okay, so do you want me to go back?
No, but let's go ahead and stay.
Okay, sorry.
Let's go to the next one of district office. And I still support all of these. I still think these are ones that we should do. Although I would like to maybe keep back 50,000 in my office. So not a 500,000, but a 450,000. Make a little flexibility in there. So if we can go to the overall, Nancy. So this was a list of potential budget reductions that we previously shared. And so it is my recommendation, and I've met with the assistant superintendents and reviewed these. And so the top one of teacher release periods for program coordination, I still believe that we should do that. The next one about the teacher release periods for marching band sports PE, going to stipends instead of a period off, I still think we should do that. The reduction of the EL TOSA time, I still think we should do that. Limit summer school to seniors. We would like to take that savings down from 200 to 150 because we think another 50 gets all the juniors in there that we think want to get in there. I think that we should still convert the AD positions. Now that particular calculation on savings is with the assumption that they are teaching 3 classes. I think we can take that down to 2 classes. Yeah. I think if you go lower than 2, it stops really being much of the savings at that point if it's just 1 class. The trainer hours, I would say that we would retain half of that amount. And yesterday I spoke with the commissioner of the Central Coast section, and I know that right now what they're talking about potentially is delaying the start of sport until November or January. And so I think that's why I would feel comfortable with saying let's retain half of those hours. The reducing management support staff positions district-wide. We spoke a little bit about that in closed session, and I would still support the vast majority of these reductions. And I want to emphasize again, I can support them because I think in many cases we're finding alternative positions for people. And I think that we need the flexibility to potentially have people do different kinds of work depending on what school looks like in the fall. I am recommending that we not consider any reduction to our contribution to SVCTE. So I think that should come off the table. I think we can keep the CASI counselor. And I think that Assistant Superintendent Pfeiffer made reference to the CARES Act. And I believe that we're slated to receive about 600,000. as the CARES Act, and I think that it would be a good expenditure of that money. I think that at this time, we should not renew a contract with San Jose PD, especially with, if we don't come back in person, then there really is not going to be a lot of need for that. I would still support the 10% by site budgets, and the district office department budgets. As I said earlier, I would support that 1.9 million minus 50,000. So that's my current level of recommendation. And I'm happy to speak more to any of the reasons behind why that is my current recommendation.
I was happy to hear you say that what you said about summer school. If juniors are included, have we been providing summer school for EL students at all grade levels up until now?
I'm going to ask Assistant Superintendent Sarah to talk about summer school, because that's up his alley.
Yes. Actually, we've been offering enrichment for our EL students, and we're paying out of Title I funds and Title III funds. So that's a different fund that we're using to offer, but we're not offering it for this summer because of the whole distance learning. We're only offering the Odyssey Ware online. But for future, we could actually fund it from Title I and Title III.
Previously,
All grade levels, by the way.
someone had asked, I think last week, about the PSAT and SAT. Now that those are not happening, have we looked at those costs yet?
Yes, we usually budget approximately $45,000 to $48,000.
Okay.
So we can actually save that as well.
Okay.
Bob, big picture question. This current set of recommendations is 8.3 million. And then we just went through and saying, hey, we're actually now looking at 4.7. You just recommended some things to take off the list, but I think there's still a bunch of money in there. So do you have a recommendation at 4.7 million?
Nancy, based on my recommendation, what would be the total?
So if we have, if with these reductions, with not having to make the reductions that Dr. Bravo just talked about, it drops this list to 6,053,000. So if everything else remained, we would be at 6,053,000. We're looking at reductions of $4.7 million. What we haven't addressed is this number. So this is assuming that there is a reduction of $2.9 million. However, I don't believe that all of these positions are being recommended. So once we go through this list, it's going to be very close to the 4.7 or a little bit more than 4.7, maybe $5.5 million.
And I thought that a little bit of that wiggle room that you guys could, that's space maybe for you to really give us some direction on.
Yeah, so I think a couple of things, right? One is that could be a way to do it. It could be we kind of figure out some of that now and bust out some calculators and do that. If we do, I think we need some sort of process, whether it's motions or something, because it could turn into a disaster. The other option is that if we have other meetings coming up before June 18th, that staff can recommend something at 4.7 and see what's off of that list and then elevate and remove from there.
So I would say that just some initial thinking, in addition to what I've already said I could support, if I was to add back further at first blush, then I would say I would be looking at the EL TOSA position, trying to maintain some more of that release period. And that would be the first place that I think I would look at that.
And Bob, can I maybe recommend that since we've been going for 2 hours, maybe we do take a 5 or 10 minute break and let you collect those thoughts and come back with
I
just.
only have one more thought.
Yeah, but I think we need time to look at
Okay.
like the money and understand that, but I could be alone. Other
Can I ask-
trustees?
Can I ask a clarifying question? That I'm sure it's in there. It just says San Jose PD, but I think PHS has sheriff, or at least they used to. Would that be included in that number?
They do. That's exclusive of the sheriff. This is just San Jose PD.
Okay. And so that would remain?
It would.
Okay.
In part because the sheriffs don't charge us what San Jose does.
Right. I
Yeah.
knew that. Thank you. Okay.
Maybe share your one thought and then do what Kaylin said.
So, and then my other thought would just be from the district office department budgets, although we saw a lot of support around reducing the amount we spend on professional development, I just think that not knowing what school is going to be like, the potential for professional development, whether that be for, custodial on how to clean, with some new device or use a new chemical, whether it's teachers around using, more around using technology in the classroom, or even training on how to manage a class with whatever social distancing requirements might be in place. I think that would be the other thing that would come to the top of my mind. Nothing further at this time, Mr. President.
Would you talked about the CARES Act taking care of the CASI counselors? And I think we probably would agree that we could use more help in this area. Would that be something you might consider putting extra support in?
Yeah, it could be. It could be.
All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
Bio break.
Bio break. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. That's 8:15. When we come back, I think if the goal is to get to something around 4.7 million, starting with how much wiggle room we have based on those recommendations, Bob, would be great. And then we could use motions to try to move things on and off. I don't know how else to do it over Zoom.
Yeah, sure. Nancy, can you and Sharon help with the math over the break? Great.
We're on it.
What if they have to use the bio break?
No, we're on it.
Well, we can go even let's say
We're on it.
15.
They're on it. They're on it.
Would
Okay.
you also, while you're doing math, look at retaining communications?
So Valair and stuff, we can do that. Let's go ahead and take a break, and then we'll hop back. right, when trustees are starting to file back, just go and turn on your camera and I'll monitor.
This task was one of the most dangerous.
I'm back.
The digging of the 3 tunnels without raising.
Whoever's watching a YouTube video, you're not on mute. All right, so I see Trustee Airsmith. Welcome back. All right, Stacy is back. Linda is back.
I'm here.
Robert is back. All right. I will call this meeting back to order. It's 8:18 p.m. I didn't confirm Dr. Bravo is back. He is though. Look at him. All right. Great. So when we left off, we as a majority of the board thought 4.7 million was around the right place to look. Our initial list of reductions was around 8.2 million. And I think we're trying to think through how do we get closer to that number and get some consensus, as it's one of our goals tonight. Dr. Bravo, any thoughts?
Well, I can't wait for Nancy or Sharon to come back because they're doing the math.
That's right. And Sharon just rejoined the Zoom.
Yes,
Yes,
I need to be able to share this document with you. So if you can just give me 1 second.
Yeah, and if you need a couple more minutes, just
2 more
please let us
minutes.
know. Yeah,
No,
perfect.
Just 2 more minutes, please.
So, Mr. President,
Yes.
I think now would be a good time to look at our values and beliefs declaration. And, 3 things stand out to me in that. Number one, maybe 4 things. Number one, keep the cuts as far away from the classroom as possible. Number two, support historically underserved students. Number 3, shared sacrifice across the entire district. And then
Anything I can help, Nancy?
And then one thing that we talked about at the very beginning is that we believe that in these extraordinary times of COVID-19, our ability to work together towards a common goal is the most important factor to achieving success. So that kind of ties into shared sacrifice. So I appreciate Bob's thoughts on the list, but I'm wondering if maybe we go through the list and look at it in terms of the impact to students in the classroom and to historically underserved student populations. And start there. And then the second piece with shared sacrifice is maybe we pull out all of the FTE reductions for a moment to see what we get to, because the FTE reductions are big. They're like almost $2 million right there. So instead of trying to take it one at a time with the reductions, let's just pull it out. Let's see how close we get with just cutting these things that are far away from the classroom, and putting back in things that we think we need to do in order to support historically underserved student populations. Did I say that right, Christina?
Yes. 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 I mean, I would agree that, you know, that's one of the things that's highest on my priority list. And so, but I'm wondering if we should wait and hear kind of the amended recommendation and then kind of go through that process to see whether it fits, because they just made a new recommendation with some adjustments.
We're ready.
And then I would agree that kind of going through the process would make sense.
Can you see this sheet?
Very small.
Okay. Let me see if people.
Bob did Bob, how do you do that thing where you just zoom to focus on the things?
Yeah, you select it and then you zoom to selection.
Oh, shoot. Now you're seeing something you don't necessarily want to see. And I just wanted to increase the size of this. Does this work? Is it better?
Yeah.
Do one more. There you go.
Okay. So based on the information of the recommendations that we just heard from Dr. Bravo, this is one recommendation he's still moving. He would still like to recommend. He talked about the ELTOSAs was possibly not being off the table. This one being 100,000 instead of 200,000. Having a different ratio of in the classroom or outside the classroom for that position. So we left it the same. The athletic trainers, instead of 100% reduction, 50% reduction. Elimination of the PD, reduction of the site allocations, and instead of $1.9 million in the department reductions, we took out $50,000 and we took out $134,000 for staff development. So that brought it down to $5.3 million. So if we take, so then we can go from there. So to get us to 5.7, we still have $600,000 that.
That money goes so fast.
So
Yeah.
Nancy, just to confirm, then to make sure we're all on the same page then. So you did not change the amount under athletic director.
No.
So again, that's at athletic directors teaching 3 classes. So if you want to have them teaching less, then that would be
this goes down.
Yeah, that would bring down the 5.3, 5.8. And
I would agree that that should go down.
And the and you did not change, Nancy, the road 12 reduced management support staff positions district-wide?
There is a slight reduction in that.
Did you take 2
Yes.
positions out?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. What are the, in line 6, what are the release periods? It says for program coordination such as AVID. What are the other programs included?
That's a great question. I think it's just AVID, but maybe Meredith can help me see if I'm forgetting something.
Yep, I'm nodding. That should be AVID specifically.
Okay. So what process are we all using here, Kaylin?
So before we get to that, that's 1725 in the reduced district office department budgets. What is that? What are we reducing? What from those 2 slides?
So we went through the list of those reductions,
Uh-huh.
and let me see if I have it. No, I don't.
The-
I have to go back to the presentation. So this dollar amount was $1.9 million, and all I did was take out $50,000 that Dr. Bravo wanted not to reduce his budget by, and then put back in staff development,
Mhm.
that we might need to have staff development either for teachers to do more training on distance learning.
So you took
So
146 for
Yes,
professional development.
yes.
and curriculum
So when you
improvement.
take those two out, it brings the amount to 1.725.
Okay. What about thought exchange and human resources? So you could do thought exchange? 30,000.
What did you ask, Stacy?
Well, I'm just looking at that, what's making up that 1.7 million there. And one of the things that's coming out of the human resources budget is 30,000 for thought exchange.
Mhm.
And if we believe that communication is important and getting shareholder input is important, we might want to think about keeping it.
Trustee Brown, thought exchange is one of those things that's kind of polarizing. Some people love it, but some people really, really don't like it at all.
Okay.
Just putting it out there.
Quick question. So Nancy, what you have done here is you've put together a list that represents $5.3 million worth of cuts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so that would mean, in theory, if the board wanted to get to 4.7, they would have to find about $680,000 they could pull off this list.
Yes, correct.
Or if there's, I noticed there's some probably personnel related stuff that we cannot talk about in open session, but that might, you reduce that from 11 to 8. On your original presentation, it was 11, now it's 8.
I'm sorry, this should have just been 10.
Okay, got it.
All right, so it was 11? 9. Sorry.
9.
There.
Okay.
And
Thank
I
you.
just want to remind the trustees that, as Nancy said in her presentation, and Nancy, correct me if I get it wrong, but the assumptions that we have in the multi-year don't build in any, some salary increases built in for certificated teachers. There is nothing built in for anybody else.
Correct.
So SEIU, CSEA, et cetera.
That is correct.
Just keep that in mind.
Okay.
And then the other thing to keep in mind as well is that if in a year from now, the students that we believe may not be coming this upcoming year come back, we did not include in that multi-year projections any additional staffing for classrooms. So those are the two things that are big things that we may want to consider as well.
Yeah, and as it is now, even this is one of those examples of we're not sure yet how to get our hands around, but an expense that we expect to increase for, and as an example, would be, and maybe require us to hire more again, could be doing special education assessments, because the middle schools that would have been doing special education assessments of 8th graders during March and April and May, they have not done them because of social distancing. And so that's a cost that we're going to pick up that we would not have had previously. So
would your recommendation then be that we're not taking more off this list?
I'm just saying, I wouldn't try too hard to get right to 4.7. You know, if you get to a little above 4.7, I think you're okay.
Okay, so for those of you watching, it's probably as frustrating to go through this process the way we have to go through it as it is watching it. So we apologize for that. I think feel free, board, to push back. I think trying to structure this in a way that promotes conversation and promotes us getting to an answer while still having it not be kind of all over the place is important. I think the starting place of that is, I think it was important that Stacy talked about the things we agreed to in that resolution. So I think starting with that.
Yep.
The second thing is there anything that currently under savings amount is just a dash that you want to re-add to cuts? So there's 3: EL learner teacher on special assignment, the EL TOSA, Silicon Valley CTE.
I just think that we haven't corrected the number for the athletic director, and we haven't necessarily built back in some more for the CUHSD counselor or additional CUHSD counselors. That's the piece that we've discussed, or it's been put out, but we don't have those numbers built in here yet.
Yeah, so I want to start with just like, do you want to re-add anything to this cut list?
Yes, I want to re-add athletic directors at 3 periods of release.
Okay. So let me ask you a different way. Do you want to re-add, do you want to put EL TOSAs under consideration, Silicon Valley CTE under consideration, or CUHSD counselors being cut entirely under consideration? Anyone want that?
No.
Okay, so 5.385 is a good starting place.
Yes. For me.
For me. I have a really small potatoes thought, although it wouldn't be small potatoes to the people it affects. The reduction for the, where was it? The music and art, I don't even see it now. Which
Marching
number is
band
it?
PE is row 7.
No, the music festival. Where was that? It's missing.
That's in
now.
That is
that's
all.
office.
That's what?
That was on the list of things paid for out of the district manager's budget.
That was the other thing, yeah.
The arts festivals.
Well, what occurred to me is there's a little bit of a double hit, and I only know about music because that's what I know about. But the site budgets are being cut, and then the music festival thing being cut. So site budgets normally supply money for repair and maintenance of musical instruments. And that's probably going to be going on because a lot of those instruments are checked out to kids who have them at home and are practicing and making their videos to submit at home. So instrument maintenance is still going to be an issue. So from one of those, if the site budgets are being cut, then maybe something could be built in place of music festival funding to have a small fund for keeping the instruments in repair. And I don't know, that's way down in the swamp, but just crossed my mind. And Dr. Bob, I have a question. I liked what you said about salaries looking forward. You said something about nothing being built in for CSEA. Could you clarify that a little bit? Because they've really stepped up.
Yes, exactly. So in a multi-year projection that we shared with you, there is nothing built in for the out years, next year, the year after that, for classified raises or raises for administrators. It only accounts for the agreements already made with CHSD.
Okay, thank you.
So
I think the first question, board, is one, do you want to solve this right now, or do you want to have a process to bring back this specific question at our June 3rd meeting and have a process offline?
And that's very fine too, as a recommendation. I was kind of just thinking that myself, that, so you don't feel overly pressured. But let me check in with Nancy. Nancy, I know your team's going to have to start putting this all together. How does that sound to you?
It'll be okay. We have, if we can make these, if this what we're presenting now is a go with minor changes coming back, then we can build on these assumptions. No,
I don't think, I'm not there.
except for this line 12, is everything else okay with people?
Well, before that, so let's answer the question of, do we want to solve this right now? I think a process outside would probably look like board members, it'd all be very public, right? So you'd have to talk about hey, here's 2 to 3 things I think we should consider. And then that would spark the next meeting's conversations to see, is there consensus in certain places and is there not, and hammer that out. If not, I think we do that now.
Yeah.
I'm ready to do that now. There's not a lot, it's not a long list. There's people, and then there's a bunch of things. And we've already pulled some of the things off. And the question now is there anything else that you want to pull off? And then we can firm up everything except for that 2.5 million, that's the people. And then we can have some conversations about that.
We've heard from 3 board members. Other board members have thoughts?
I would, if I were to be pulling anything else off of here, I would want to pull AVID off. I think that is one of the programs that affects our students from low-income backgrounds and students of color the most. And so having the extra support there, that would be one thing I would want. And then just going back to Robert's point earlier, it's not necessarily to pull anything off, but I do think that we should be planning for additional mental health supports going into the fall. And so that's kind of probably part of a larger conversation, but those are the things that stand out to me right now.
I concur on the AVID. I actually made a note here that I thought Bob suggested putting it back in, and now I realize, no, I made a mistake there. So I agree that AVID is of value.
I do too.
Okay, so board, what we could do is take a couple minutes and everyone come up with their thoughts and name up to 3 things and just see where that gets us. We could have it more loose too. I don't know, whatever.
So one last
Trying to
question
herd cats.
on the welcome in my world. On the athletic directors, is that based on 3 release periods, or is that savings on 3 release
Can
periods?
we see the number for 2?
We're working on it behind the scenes.
Okay.
Just give us a few minutes. Meredith, Sharon, the team is calculating that right now.
Could we see the slide again that had the minutia on it, the smaller?
Yeah, so Melinda, that is in your board docs. So if you go to board docs, it's uploaded there.
I can stop sharing and sharing fairly
No, because I
quickly.
think we need to keep the conversation focused on this, and Linda can pull this up on her machine.
Linda, I'll email it to you.
Okay.
Okay, so let's do this then. Why doesn't everyone take a couple minutes and come up with their top 3 ideas here? Keeping in mind that at the most we're thinking about, well, at the most we could do 5.385, but realistically, it seemed like the majority of the board was around 4.7. Does that work for people? Does that feel wrong?
Nope.
Good.
Okay, so let's come back in 5 minutes. Is that too long? 5 minutes. All right, 5 minutes. 8:45. All right, team, whenever y'all are ready. All right. Robert, are you back? Robert is back. Cool. Okay. Then Nancy and Bob. Nancy is back. All right. So Nancy, can you reshare that screen?
Yes.
Thank you. And if you don't mind, if trustees go through and just name their top 3 things, maybe you could take notes off to the right. Maybe starting on column G.
And President Gallagher,
Yes.
big apology.
Okay.
Just big apology. I think that we had one of Nancy's slides referenced a little, giving you some information on the case budget.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we forgot to do that. And so, Nancy, anything you want to just say about case before?
Well, the case funding is outside of the budget. They have their own fund, they have their own account. And Mr. Barrich had asked if that program is an encroachment to the district, and it's not. The district does not make a contribution to that program. That program is self-sufficient. I think that Meredith wanted to talk about an action of a resolution that would allow for the layoff of temporary contracts. And that's one of the reasons why we had added to the possibility of this conversation. So when I asked if Case was looking at any, they're looking at a potential reduction in students for next year. And therefore they're looking at, since there's not going to be enough students attending the program, and their difficulty is that they don't have computers for them, they don't have wireless access for them, so it's difficult for adults, especially if they lose their jobs, to have time to go to school when they're actually looking for other jobs. So the participation in the adult program is being impacted by COVID-19. So some of the reductions in revenue are really due to, one of the reductions in staffing is also due to the fact that they're going to see a reduction in staffing.
Meredith, do you want to add anything?
Well, I think USHA's on too. So I think my understanding is that that again, this adult education funds are facing a different type of reduction because they have their own separate funding stream, and there is a significant reduction coming up with future revenue. And so, yes, Nancy mentioned that we do have an agenda item on tonight, but I think it's just a part of, while it's not general fund, it is a part of the overall picture and context that we want to make sure is there, because CASE is one of our programs, even though it has a different funding stream.
Yeah, and it's not a separate item on the agenda. It's really within the discussion of the budget. So what I'm hearing you say, Meredith, is call on Usha.
For her finances, yes.
Usha, are you on?
I'm here.
Okay, maybe you could brief the board on what's going on with adult ed funding.
Okay. So what's happening is we are going to experience a 10.1% reduction from what we have received this year in the state funding that we get from the state. And then we are also we're going to experience a 10% cut in CalWORKs funding. So putting all of that together, I'm going to experience about 348,000 and change in reductions in funding next year. So looking at that, and also not knowing, we also offer community classes at community sites such as elementary schools and libraries. So it looks like, we don't know yet whether we will have in the fall, whether those classrooms will be offered to us because of social distancing. Those schools and libraries may want those spaces back. So we don't know. So which means the teachers, those were teaching at those sites, the temporary teachers, we had to make a decision about that. Cuts were happening, classroom space would be reduced is what we are assuming. Because of that, we had to make some adjustments to the personnel that we have. And then this is just the May revision. The 10% cut is just the May revision. So we don't know what else is going to happen in the fall when the taxes come in. Is there anything? So that's kind of my assumptions, and that's the overall global picture about the state fund. And my federal funds, it always fluctuates. So I can make a projection that this is what I will receive, but then my federal funds may always go lower or higher. So I can't kind of bank on that. So that's kind of my overall picture. And what I'm expecting to in cuts is about $348,000 or $358,000, I'm sorry. So because of that, I had to make some adjustments now, and that amounts to about $200,000.
Any questions for Usha, trustees?
Usha, the $200,000 reduction is releasing the temporary contracted employees. So, you know, Linda keeps us very apprised on the crisis in CTE funding and the model on CTE funding.
Is anybody else able to hear Stacy? It's breaking up for me. I didn't
hear me.
What she said yet.
A little hard to hear you, Trustee Brown.
My new microphone isn't coming until tomorrow. Can you
Okay,
hear me
that's
now?
good. Yes.
Okay. So we know that that funding for CTE has been messed up by the state since LCFF. And does adult ed kind of fall into the same bucket of just lacking a direct funding model and all other stuff? Do we need to include adult ed in our lobbying efforts on CTE? I guess that's what my question is.
It's, well, if you consider it a categorical fund, yes, but we keep telling the Department of Finance that we are not categorical. So we like to think we are not categorical, and we're trying to convince the Department of Finance that we are not categorical, but in some, but I think they do. So CTE, however, those funds were cut at 50%. Our funds were cut at 10% this time. And I feel some of that has been because of the advocacy efforts. And they think that there is going to be, people are going to be going back to school in some ways. So because of that, adults who don't have jobs may go back to school. So I don't know what the thinking was, but the reduction has been at 10%, 10.1% for us.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Usha?
Is anybody else feeling like we're really lucky to have Usha on the team?
Yes.
Okay, I just thought so.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Usha. All right, board, let's go ahead and jump back to this budget discussion. If we can, let's go in the order we give our board reports, just so there's an order. And name your top 3 things. We're not explaining what they are. We're just trying to generate a list right now, and then we'll see where there's consensus. And
Top 3 to keep, or top 3 to let go?
to keep.
To keep. Okay.
On this list in
Correct.
front of us.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Not including the ones that we already took off.
Correct.
Just what we're looking at. Okay.
Okay.
Nancy, if it's possible to take notes on the right, that would be great.
Okay. Avid. Um, more mental health. That's not a thing, but that's one of my things. And looking at potentially doing a slightly smaller general fund reduction at the sites.
Great.
Not only all 10%, but maybe 5 or something.
All right, Robert.
So I agree with both of those that Kiki said. The other one, it's not here, but and I'm sorry, I'm going to throw it in anyway, but I said it earlier, and this is the third time I've been through cuts. Cutting conferences is the wrong thing to do. We need our people to get around the experts like School Services California Conference, any of those conferences we need to get you to, whether that's HR or business. So, and then the last one is tech. We're going to need more tech, and we cut in the other proposed reduction. There was a tech cut. There was a cut on some software, and we heard our student board members tell us at every site that they were concerned that there were multiple platforms being used. So I'm sorry, I wasn't supposed to say why. So now I said why. Now I'll back out. Sorry.
No, you're good. It's hard to, this is an imperfect process that I have randomly designed here. So thank you for bearing with it. Stacy, you're up.
So I agree on the Avid. Sorry. Fast. I would be willing to look at the SRO line and basically say, let's give that back to the sites and let them decide whether they want to bring back an SRO or create or have a campus supervisor with that, because I think that helps. I think it helps students. And then the third one for me is on the FTE reductions. So I don't want to make that $2.5 million by laying people off. I want to find a way to make that money through shared sacrifice.
Linda.
A comment and a couple of questions. I agree with the idea that we might do with smaller site budget reductions, maybe take that down to 5%. I have a question about district office expenses. I know there was a reduction in terms of what we budget for legal, and I don't know how we can anticipate that need. We don't know when we're going to need that kind of service and when we don't. So that just was a bit of a head scratcher for me. The SRO,
I couldn't hear. I'm sorry. I couldn't take the notes. The only one that I was able to hear was a less of a reduction to school site budgets.
okay. Well, I was just curious about at some point. Yeah. Yes, Caleb?
Yeah, Linda, I think we're trying to generate your top 3 right now. We'll save that question for, so is legal?
What's hard? Yeah, okay. All right. Come back to that later. And then the other one, the SRO, I would agree that maybe reinstate that, except that if we don't have students on campus, I don't see that being interchangeable with or as a placeholder for a campus supervisor or staff we might need, like Nancy said, to take people's temperatures or enforce social distancing, that kind of thing. So if you wanted to put that back in, that money back in as a placeholder for staff that might be needed to help out on campus, that would make sense to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome. And was lawyers your third one, Linda?
No, I just was curious to know how we could possibly anticipate what our need might or might not be.
Do you have a third one?
If I had a third one, actually, no, I don't.
Okay. And mine are Avid, number one. Building back in something in athletic directors is number two. And my third is all the credit recovery that comes around with summer school.
Trustee Gallagher, the athletic director line at line 10 was adjusted from the 3 to the 2. So just so you know that, I don't know if you realize that.
Yeah,
That's
I did
why I
not
didn't-
realize that.
That's why I didn't say anything about it, because he recommended it go. Otherwise, that would have been on there for me.
Okay.
Kaylin, I would make my third one summer school as well.
Okay. Then my third is district budgets. I think they know how to spend the money probably better than we do sometimes.
I think you meant site budgets.
Site budgets. I don't know what I said just now. It's all right. So board, we do have, it seems like 4 members had Avid on their list.
So take it out.
Are people comfortable with taking it out? Linda, you're the one that didn't. Okay. Linda's on mute, but she said, no, I'm fine. I could read her lips. The rest, I don't like, is this enough direction for staff? Do we want to nail down the individual things? Bob, do you have any thoughts on what would be most helpful?
Well, honestly, I'd love for us just to stop right here because to me, 5.1, 4.7, we're in the ballpark. And I think I can't emphasize enough, flexibility because we don't know, if we're going to start remote or start in a hybrid fashion. And today I was talking with the superintendents of the county and County Superintendent Dr. Dewan, and we were talking about this issue of go, no go. So if we're going to be back in person in schools, what's the go, no go date? And, I was hoping we would be talking about something by June, but Superintendent Dewan suggested could be July. So there could just be so many things changing. Sorry, long answer, President Gallagher.
Can you define what you mean by stop right here? Stop right here with this, having this list, or stop right here, Avid, and then everything else is cut?
Well, I think we still like to repurpose SRO dollars. Fine. I mean, that's okay, but let's keep the flexibility of what we are repurposing it to, rather than assign it to something in particular. Or the more mental health, I'm all for it. But I don't know how much tonight you want to get down into what's the dollar amount you want to assign that to, or if we're willing right now to know that that's the intent. That if, in terms of, to me, this is more of the, taking Avid aside, that the other things are more like the add back, like order of add back, rather than feel like they should necessarily get assigned amounts right now.
Okay, trustees, I'm going to be quiet. Thoughts?
I'm okay with this. But I just don't feel like having half of the reductions coming from the layoffs to classified staff and non-representatives is shared sacrifice and us working together to a common goal. So I can agree with everything on this list except for how we're getting to the 2.5 million on the staff reduction.
Stacey, can I probe there a little? Is it that there are other units that are not in there? Is it that the district office isn't there? Is it both?
It's both.
Okay.
Look, the bottom line is that we have a budget that cuts CSCA and increases CHSD. And we wouldn't have to make these cuts, these could be totally avoided if CHSD would just come to the table and be part of the shared sacrifice. Instead, CHSD has declined our sunshine. And when we approach them to meet anyway, they tell us too soon, wait until after the May revise. And when the May revise comes, they say, still too soon, wait until after the state passes its budget. Now I can understand that CHSD may believe that Gavin and Tony are gonna save them in the 11th hour, but does anyone really think that's a real possibility? I mean, Gavin understands that schools were already having budget issues. That's why the January proposal increased school funding. You know, he also understands that schools will incur more expenses to be able to reopen for in-person school. So his May revise to cut 10% from school funding is a pretty clear message that we're on our own. And does anyone really have any hope that the federal government will come through with subsidies for public schools? So look, everyone is feeling pain. Our community members are taking salary cuts to save jobs. Our superintendent is taking a salary cut. This is not mismanagement or bad faith. It's a worldwide pandemic that has crippled the world economy. I want to give raises to our teachers and staff. Everyone deserves them. But I think what CHSD is not understanding is that there is no one in our community that is not feeling pain, be it personal, financial, or both. And so playing politics like this isn't going to help or support the community. It's simply going to destroy it. And that thought just simply breaks my heart. So I can't support cutting things from CSEA and other employee groups while we're giving more money to CHSD. And they won't come to the table to have conversations with us. I can't move forward with that.
You're speaking, I would imagine, of the off-salary schedule payment.
Well, that's what's in the budget. The net here is that classifieds are sacrificing, unrepresented employees are sacrificing. CHSD won't even come to the table and talk about being part of the shared sacrifice. They're playing a game, and it's a dangerous game because, like I said, everybody is feeling pain. And the only way through this is together.
What would be the amount of half of that off-salary money?
Well,
what would the savings be?
I want to be careful with bargaining outside of bargaining.
Is it bargaining or is that just a numbers question?
Bob?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
I think a better way to ask it is how much is 4,000 off schedule?
1,895,430.
So about half of it's like 900,000. Okay.
And Nancy, just to confirm, that's because it does influence. What do we call it? It's not salary. It's
it's the stipend off the salary schedule.
Meredith, help me out. You know what I'm saying?
Total
Statutory
compensation.
benefits or compounding? Statutory benefits?
Can't hear you.
Statutory benefits? Is that what you're
Statutories.
It is both.
The 4,000 comes with statutories on top,
Yes.
right? So it's not as simple as just divide number of recipients. I mean, like multiply recipients by 4,000 because it affects statutories too on
Correct.
top of that. Thank you.
Okay, so I would say the board in Sunshining Things has determined that they're willing to talk about different things. We heard an opinion from a board member about that. thoughts on that, or thoughts, I think, going back to Bob's initial ask, which was maybe we stop here for now, and that gives some flexibility in the next few weeks, depending on things that pop up, which may include things we generated in our list.
I would like to err more on the side of flexibility. I mean, just thinking about my own experience as a teacher during this time, there have been so many things that have been coming up, and thinking about this at a systems level, I mean, I would like to see recommendations coming back that, you know, are accounting for, or yeah, just stopping at this point and allowing for some of that flexibility. Now that you've heard our opinions, I'm comfortable with that at this point.
Other trustees?
I don't have anything to add.
I would say, you know, more mental health, but what is that? You know, if I had to pick like an actual third thing on this list, I would probably go with the summer school as well. So if that's helpful, that's my thought.
I think on the summer school part, because Herman and Bob said that bringing $50,000 to that would allow the juniors, which was what what I thought was important. They pointed it out. So I didn't think that was still open for debate unless we were going back on any of the things he recommended we do. But it looked like we went forward with what he'd recommended.
You did. And actually, I think we took back 100 instead of 50. Yeah, Nancy's saying yes. But again, in the name of flexibility, it's not summer school per se, but you know, I was talking with the superintendents today, and Eastside Union, for example, they do a summer bridge for 9th graders, and they're really set on making sure they do a summer bridge this year for 9th graders, because what they're thinking is if we have to come back in a let alone hybrid, but if we have to come back distance learning only, they felt like we want to have some kind of a connection to these incoming 9th graders. So while their 9th grade bridge program might be abbreviated compared to what they often do in Eastside, they're still going to do something. So that's just kind of one of those examples. I've heard that from some of our own teachers who said, it's hard enough motivating kids who you know online. How about someone I've never met except for online? So just put that out there.
I like it. You know, I've been all over the incoming 9th grader summer school thing for some time, so I like that idea.
But we do have our reopening committee, and they should be giving recommendations within the next couple of days, but we don't have that yet. That's another thing that might inform our thinking around keeping some flexibility.
Yeah.
All right. Stacy, I'm trying to process what you just said. I think a couple reactions. I think one, I think that idea of shared sacrifice is really important, right? And I think that you know, this is going to be something that really touches every aspect of our district and every piece of it. I think I reacted a little strongly to that we're giving more money to CHSD in this budget, right? Because I think there's value in like the collective bargaining process, and the fact that, you know, CHSD did go through and do a 3-year contract with us. And I think, and it took some calculated risks with, you know, being off schedule, putting a lot of faith in a parcel tax that looked really good and promising at the time based on our data. But that was a shared risk that they took. And I do like, yes, I wish things were different and we were at the table right now. Like that's my personal opinion. And like, I do, at the end of the day, I do value like their right to play kind of the political piece of it too. I might not agree with it, but I don't know. That's just something that I just wanted to say, because that's how I'm processing what you said.
Alan, I appreciate that, but I hate to tell you this, but the world has changed.
Mhm.
And, I remember at 9/11, right? There was a time after 9/11 where I wish that we could go back and it could be September 10th again. And that's how I feel right now. I really wish we could go back and it could be March 12th. And we wouldn't be in this situation, but that's not reality. Reality is that the world has changed, and everything in the post-COVID world is going to be different. School is going to be different. And look, I appreciate teachers too. I appreciate what they've done and the partnership and the risk and the shared risk just as much. But we can't play politics right now when we're talking about laying off 13 positions. Those are real people. And we don't want to let go of anybody. We shouldn't want to let go of anybody, right? We don't know what kind of positions we're going to need if we ever reopen schools and have students there. I can tell you from just some of the work that I'm doing for my client and trying to reopen their building, I understand some of the additional FTEs that they need to hire in order to maintain social distancing, cleanliness, safety, the whole 9 yards. So it's the politics of it. We can't waste any more time with this. It's that simple.
Yeah, thank you. Bob, Nancy, do you have enough from us at this point of what you need in this part of our agenda?
I think we do.
Okay, trustees, is there anything else you want to add? Okay. And I think just a giant thank you to staff for getting us to this process, through this. Nancy, I agree with, I think what Stacy said. This is one of the best presentations on the budget I've seen in my years. And, to the public, I think there's probably the frustrating piece of the end of that was a little messy and not perfect. It's kind of the blessing and the curse of having your meeting in public and then doing it on Zoom. And so although it's stuff that is very, very crucial and does impact thousands of lives and some lives very personally, I hope you don't read too much into that process as that we don't see how impactful this really is. So thank you for bearing with us. With that said, we are going to move on. Our next item on our agenda is 6B, which is to approve an MOU with SEIU and CSEA. And I believe, Meredith, this is your item.
It is, yep. And it is actually for tonight, it is slightly revised because we have an MOU we wanted to be able to have the opportunity to present to you what we have negotiated. And we have an MOU with SEIU specifically. And A and B do go hand in hand together. So I'm sorry I didn't clarify that as well as I could have earlier, that these really do go hand in hand. But I wanted to start with B, with the MOUs or the side agreement, because I wanted to be able to really articulate the negotiations. And so we have been working with both CSEA and SEIU as we have started this process of planning to reduce positions. And this partnership, I think, has been very strong. And I want to articulate a couple of things. I think the focus has been, number one, on avoiding layoffs. So we are avoiding the actual layoff of people, but through eliminating position or repurposing our people, we have an agreement with SEIU for you tonight, and we are still negotiating with CSEA and plan to do so through next week. And so that's item B. If you don't mind, I can just give you a little bit of context for item A because they are connected. So we have worked with both unions regarding specific positions, with SEIU specifically the skilled craft positions. And so this agreement tonight focuses on the skilled craft positions, and we have agreed to, again, sort of move our staff into a different position starting at the beginning of the fiscal year, and have some components around those agreements to make sure that we are making that process as smooth as possible and limiting the impact on employees. So maybe I'll pause there because we are on B. I'll let you all review that item specifically, and then we'll come back to the specific resolution on A.
All right, I lost my mouse. Is there any board members have questions or things to say on this item?
Yeah, so given what we just talked about with shared sacrifice and reducing FTEs, do we really have to take action on this tonight? Can we table this to our next conversation on this when we come back and look at this again? Because I can't support reducing anything. And I got to tell you, I so appreciate the work that Meredith and Nancy have done to make sure that this did not impact people. But there still are some people that could be impacted, right? So I don't know if you've ever been laid off in the middle of a recession. I have. It is incredibly stressful. And I would prefer not to put our people through that kind of stress if we come back with a different solution where we can achieve the savings in reducing these positions through shared sacrifice.
I want to clarify too that with this agreement that that employees will not receive any layoff notification. So again, I know you're talking about the overall shared sacrifice, but this would be basically a new assignment starting next year with no change in, no pause in salary or anything. It would be a new assignment starting in July 1. And so I think that because we have negotiated and the group has worked so hard to develop this option, I would not recommend delaying. I don't know that that's necessarily fair to employees either. If we move in that direction, I think it would be to do that now.
So,
and I strongly concur that in this case, this is not about layoff. This is about having people in new positions that I think will give us, again, more flexibility when we don't know exactly what reopening is going to look like.
But this is about attrition, isn't it? In other words, moving people into other positions, letting some positions just go away. And if that's the case, I don't know on what scale that's the case, you do inevitably have employees that are assuming more work than they were assuming in the past. I mean, the load has to go somewhere when you don't maintain a position.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Meredith, you started no?
I think I was just going to add that I hope that it is actually adding more capacity to the site, and but I hear you on the spreading the work around. That's all.
So we're going to be able to hire more people when they're needed to do other types of things that we would rely on classified staff to do, like help maintain social distancing, health clerk type things. Things like that, supervision to keep kids 6 feet apart, those types of things, more custodians.
Well, that's exactly why I was urging you all not to try and run right down to a 4.7 and give us some space in there for that kind of flexibility.
All right, any more discussion? Seeing none, we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
Trustee Goitia,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
Trustee Barrett.
Aye.
All right, motion passes 5-0. That's going to take us to item 6A.
Okay, and so again, now that we have the agreement with SEIU, that means that those employees will assume new positions. And while the skilled craft positions will be eliminated, again, there is no layoff notification because they have assumed new positions, and we eliminate these the vacant positions. And then if we move to CSEA, again, this resolution has multiple employees or groups listed. And so if we move to the positions within CSEA, I just want to note a couple of things. Number one, again, we are continuing to negotiate. And so again, there will be no layoff notification that goes to employees at this time. We are committed to continuing to negotiate through next week and into the beginning of the following week. Again, as we are identifying or working to identify alternative positions so that we're able to have our people move into different positions. And again, then we'd be eliminating these vacant positions and there would not be layoff notices. So that's our goal. That's what we're working towards. And there would not be any notification or notices distributed to employees because of that commitment to continue bargaining. CSEA and I and the district are in agreement on that. We've communicated that to the employees who are in these positions. I will note that while there are the FTE counted here, we do have retirements within some of these categories. So it's actually not the exact same number of employees that are in these positions, if that makes sense. So again, we're asking you to approve the resolution that eliminates the positions based on all of those agreements or components.
So again, no pink slips are going out.
Right. Not right. We've committed that we're going to keep bargaining and we're going to keep negotiating so that we have a home or an assignment for those folks.
Okay, so attrition and early retirement has saved these people that are in this position.
That's right.
Yes.
But some of that's still being negotiated, correct? Meredith?
That's right.
We cannot promise that right now unless.
Right. We've made a commitment through at least basically June 8th or 9th that we want to continue negotiating. So that's right. That I don't want to make an overpromise, but that is what we're working towards. That through the attrition, we have positions that we hope to provide assignments in.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
So would it make, so I understand the approving the MOU that we just approved takes care of 4 positions that we're reducing. Does it make sense to alter this so that the other 9 we do when we do have the agreement with CSCA?
I think again, I think the best action would be for you all to go ahead and approve that, and it's again based on the work towards the assignment. And I think we're fully in agreement on that between CSEA and ourselves. So I think it provides us the most opportunities to move forward in advance. So I don't think that you would need to delay it.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call?
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
Trustee Goitia,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith, Trustee Barrett.
Aye.
And Christina, I just want to confirm that was an aye.
Yes, that was an aye.
Okay, thank you. It cut out for a second, or at least it did on my end. All right, so that passes with a 5-0 vote. It's going to take us to 6C. Approve resolution 56052820 to release the release of temporary certified employees.
And I think first here, I'd like to start with defining this group of employees. So we are, there is a resolution and a attachment of the temporary teachers. This is specific to adult education. And in Article 28 of the contract, or the collective bargaining agreement, there's a definition that is unique within adult education. So a temporary teacher, temporary status, is a unit member who is employed to teach adults for not more than 60% of the hours per week that is considered full-time for adult education. And just to sort of give you the shorthand of that, that is someone who teaches fewer than 18 hours a week in adult education, that they are considered temporary. And again, based on what Usha shared with us earlier, there are a few different factors within adult education right now. Number one, budget reduction. Number two, uncertainty regarding enrollment. And number three, uncertainty regarding the actual sites and locations where these adult education classes are taught. And so we're asking the board to approve a resolution that releases these employees. Again, I want to reiterate though, or underscore that is in preparation for one scenario, and there could be other scenarios that continue to develop over the summer where that may not be necessary, but we'd like to ask you for the approval to release these in the event that that is necessary.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion by me, second by Christina. Is there any discussion? All right, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Barrett.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 5-0. That's the end of our agenda for the evening, although the board does need to go back into closed session. So we'll use the link from before. To the members of the public watching this stream, will continue until we come out and close. It'll probably be a pretty boring ending, so feel free to log out. Trustees, do you need a bio break? Okay, let's do 5 minutes. Be in there in like 5 minutes, if that works.
Yep.
And this will remain streaming.
Bob, while we're all coming back, I was trying to find that survey that you said that's live and being updated as it goes. I couldn't find it on the website. Can you send the link to us?
Okay.
Tomorrow? You don't have to send it tonight. Just tomorrow's fine.
All right, can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Great. We're on our last agenda item, which is to adjourn. Is there a motion?
Move
Motion.
to adjourn.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Christina, a second by Robert. Is there any discussion? Can we please have a roll call?
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
trustee Goitia,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
trustee Barrett.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Is John and Michelle still here or?
10:09.
Cameron, where are you?
So I was in a remote place in the district office. John went home, and I'm going to end the live stream right now. So he could go home.
And Michelle is home already.
Cool. Cool.
All right, everyone, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.